recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to all of my colleagues who are here. What has been a most certainly a difficult few days for Islanders. I'd just like to begin there, first of all, with my thanks to all Islanders who, again, after hearing some difficult news over the last number of days, have responded in a very positive and constructive way. We have tested in excess of 10,000 Islanders over the past couple of days, which is an incredible amount. It's 6 or 7% of our population. So if you can extrapolate that into other provinces, you could see what a huge effort that has been. And all of that has helped us get a little bit firmer grip on things due to this latest outbreak of COVID in this province. And I want to say, again, I don't think we could ever say enough thanks to the staff at Health, the testers, the tracers, those who work in the lab, and all of those who participate in so many different ways to make sure we do the best we can under difficult circumstances as we work to get through COVID. So I think I do feel that I speak on behalf of all of my colleagues here to offer that praise, and I would encourage you to offer that praise as well, because it's I know those staff members can't hear that enough. I also just wanted to, in keeping on the same tone, I did have a chance this morning to have a conversation with Prime Minister Trudeau, who called to talk about a few issues, but first and foremost just wanted to pass along his concern with the news that we have heard here over the last few days. He was quick to praise our health response and wanted me to pass along personally to Dr. Morrison, which I have, his thanks and appreciation for her guidance and leadership, and also to all of those who work in public health. The Prime Minister of Canada has called to recognize the incredible effort that we have undertaken here as a province, and in his words that PEI can stand at the top in terms of COVID response, and I just wanted to make sure Islanders heard that, and that's I thank the Prime Minister for his concern and his kind words. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will wish everyone a successful legislature session today.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Premier for his words and absolutely echo the praise that he just extolled on our healthcare workers, our frontline service workers, all of those Islanders that have worked incredibly hard, not just over the last few days, but over the last 12 months to keep this place as safe as it is. I heard somebody who I hold in very high regard describe Prince Edward Island as the New Zealand of Canada. That to me is the highest praise possible. New Zealand, of course, the country in the world which has done the most extraordinary job of keeping their citizens safe. We're, of course, at a much smaller scale here, but I think to be compared to that place in the way that we have responded to this is high praise indeed. And of course, Dr. Morrison, her team at the Public Health Office should be at the front of that list of people that we need to thank. But as the Premier said, it's the ordinary Islanders, it's the people who are doing the responsible things. Because, as Dr. Morrison said this morning, the virus moves when we move. And it's those connections to each other, which are, of course, so important from other points of view, but they are the thing that creates the vulnerability. And the responsibility and collective effort which has gone on and continues to go on here on Prince Edward Island is something that we all need to be extraordinarily proud of. I want to thank, again, echoing what the Premier said, each and every Islander who has allowed us to get to this point. We will get through this difficult time that we are facing now, and it's responsibility of each and every Islander to make sure that we practice safe living together, apart, today and every day. Thank you. Oh, one thing before I finish. On a brighter note, the ECMA nominations came out today. And there are a whole slew of wonderful island performers who are up for nominations. And at the top of that list for PEI is Rose Cousins. I believe she has 6 nominations at this year's ECMAs. Let us not forget in these slightly dark times that we're living in right now on PEI that there are brighter days ahead, that within our community are the people that lift our spirits and keep us well, both physically in terms of our medical supports, but also keep our emotions and our spirits alive and well. And thank you to the musicians out there and all the artists on Prince Edward Island who maintain perhaps not the physical health of our community, but absolutely the mental health that we all enjoy here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend brought increased concerns for Islanders as we watched case numbers rise across the province. As a result, we have seen enhanced measures taken designed to reduce potential COVID-19 spread in our province. The response from Islanders has been tremendous. We have seen large segments of the population heed public health calls for testing, and many businesses have once again changed the way they operate to protect Island communities. We also owe a huge thank you to the many people who work in the healthcare system, all of whom adjusted on the fly to increase testing capacities. These individuals have worked tirelessly over the last year to keep us safe. As MLAs in a democracy, we have a responsibility to represent the interests of our constituents in the legislature. A key part of that job is to scrutinize and review government's decisions, a responsibility the Third Party Caucus takes seriously. We are paid by the taxpayers of Prince Edward Island to show up to work on behalf of Islanders, so long as it is safe to do so. When discussions were happening yesterday, the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly assured members of all parties that it is a safe place to come to work. All of us have constituents who still had to go to work this morning, whether it was a gas attendant, grocery store clerk, truck driver, farmer, fisher. There are numerous professions that are proceeding with safety precautions in place. I will note the government complex continues to have a full parking lot with hundreds of cars parked over there today. I have been disappointed by the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition's attempts to politicize this situation and assign blame for why we are here today. Individual members have the ability to decide for themselves whether they wish to come to work or it is safe to do so. Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing I can guarantee you and all Islanders, it is that the Liberal Party will always show up to work on Islanders' behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And instead of taking this opportunity to grandstand, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the youth in Summerside who really showed up in record numbers. We in Summerside are scared. That's the truth. This has been a scary period for the people in my district. And we asked our young people, 14 up to 29, to show up for testing, and they did it in droves. They did exactly what we knew that they would do, that we could rely on them, and I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work that was done at the testing sites in Summerside. Everyone I spoke to who was through Tosh and through Sunland Park said the staff there were kind, were calm, were caring, compassionate, and whenever you're feeling scared, Mr. Speaker, that's incredibly important. I really need to take a moment and just acknowledge the incredible work, like the Premier said, of the testers, of the people who were working in the labs. This has been an incredibly difficult time, and the people in Summerside appreciate the support of the incredible staff and the incredible workers. And I just want to say that we appreciate what those young people are doing, that they have really showed up to make sure that Islanders were safe, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say a special good day to them. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Speaker. Or Deputy
Thank you,
Premier.
Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and be here in the legislature. I want to definitely send a shout out to all of the essential workers that are out there working. It's Riverview Market today. I'll be at Cooper's on the way home, and they are there and they are doing the job that needs to be done, and I want to really thank them for that. I also want to mention the nominations for the ECMAs. I think it's wonderful during times like these that we have those normal things in our life, as normal as they can be, and I think it provides a ray of hope for all of us for where we're going to be in the future. And I definitely have to stand and wish my husband a happy birthday. Today's his birthday. He's home with his Christmas present, our new puppy, Belle, with an E. And I can say my husband is definitely not relaxing. So happy birthday, and I hope everyone enjoys their session.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I do want to welcome any folks that might be watching from District 18 Rustico Emerald, and I wanted to wish a happy belated birthday to Margaret Black here, who turned 90 years young. If anyone knows Margaret, she's a stalwart of the community, and I think music and humor come to mind when you think of her. She does a very mean impersonation of the Queen, and she's just a great lady. And also, Mr. Speaker, in the times of the inclement weather and the very cold weather, I just wanted to remind everyone in the House and anyone watching that if they know somebody who is in need of emergency shelter, all you have to do is remember to call 211. Or you can call directly 1-833-220-4772. That's the emergency shelter support line. But 211, that's all you need to remember. And there will be nobody that sleeps on the streets. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to also give a shout to all our frontline workers, of course, but I want to narrow down on one group, and that's the group at Borden Carleton in District 19. 5 nurses and workers were in there working on the other day, and they did over 500 tests, and it was great to see them really come together and expand their services, and there was TIE staff there from the Minister's Department that were helping directing traffic. They had security people there also helping. They had just porta potties that were delivered to the site very quickly. So just thanks very much to that whole crew that got that site up to a bigger expectation that they were supposed to be doing, and for them moving forward. And one actually was my wife. So shout out to Debbie for all that she did too. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall Middlebanks.
Well, a shout out to, first of all the essential workers, Mr. Speaker. I think we've certainly learned a lot. We've certainly learned a lot of weaknesses that any government had during the past 10 months on, essential workers, and hopefully we're going to overcome that at some point. But it's expressingly to see the gratitude of everybody coming together in Summerside and being tested like they were. But I also want to reiterate a little bit on homelessness, but also on seniors, Mr. Speaker. I think it's extremely important that there's seniors in every one of our communities and every community across Prince Edward Island that maybe live by themselves and look after themselves. And we've hit a real cold snap here, and it's important to ensure that those people are checked in on. And so if you know anybody that's out there living alone, make sure you stop in and check in on them. Thank you.
Honourable members, did I miss anyone? No? We'll move on to member statements. The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise today and congratulate Liam and Kim Dolan on 40 successful years in Prince Edward Island's restaurant and tourism business. As a result of their accomplishments and entrepreneurial spirit, Liam and Kim were recently recognized as the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce Entrepreneurs of the Year. Through their tireless work ethic and sheer dedication to their family business, promoting PEI's culinary offerings and ongoing community contributions, Liam and Kim encompass the true spirit of entrepreneurship. Liam moved from Ireland to PEI back in 1978, and as a young chef with dreams of opening his own restaurant serving high-quality seafood and island products. He met Kim, and together the couple opened the Claddagh Room in downtown Charlottetown. A couple of years later, they opened the Old Dublin Pub, Charlottetown's first live Celtic music venue. In 1994, Kim and Liam purchased Peaks Quay on the Charlottetown waterfront and began operating the Charlottetown Yacht Club. The venues became tourism magnets, which further enhanced the area as further developed unused with seasonal shops and a beautiful boardwalk, creating a major tourism destination in the process. In 1996, Liam founded the PEI International Shellfish Festival, which contributes millions of dollars to the local economy and also displays PEI's culinary offerings while attracting even more tourists to PEI. Throughout the years, Kim and Liam have generously given back to the community as avid volunteers. Liam has been a member of the industry boards, including the PEI Chefs Association, Restaurants Canada, the American Restaurant Association, and currently chairs the not-profit group called Downtown Charlottetown, Inc., which works with businesses to create and maintain a vibrant downtown. Kim is a well-known island curler who has volunteered with the Scotties Tournament of Hearts and other Canadian championships hosted here in Charlottetown. Mr. Speaker, the Dolans have been tremendous builders of our community for nearly half a century, and I congratulate them on this well-deserved honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture in the Classroom PEI began in 2016 as a provincial initiative to inspire the next generation to care about the food we eat, where it comes from, the farmers who grow it, and how it got to their plates. March is Canadian Agriculture Literacy Month, known as CALM, and 2021 marks the 10th anniversary. CALM is a month-long initiative engaging students from kindergarten to grade 12 in all 10 provinces across the country to learn about and celebrate Canada's incredible agriculture and food story. By connecting classrooms with farmers and people with a passion for agriculture and food, students and teachers learn firsthand about this sector. Ag in the Classroom is extremely busy here in PEI. Through the program Gen X, our high school students will be challenged with promoting a career in agriculture to their peers, an important step to demonstrate the vast range of career opportunities within agriculture. Over 50 grade 3 classrooms in PEI will be introduced to Blossom the Bee through the book Blossom's Big Job and a resource package supporting the book and Canadian ag literacy. This year, the classes will have a chance to win a beehive to design and paint that will be used by my favorite beekeeper, Mermaid Stratford resident and president of the PEI Beekeepers Association, Troy Fraser. The class that wins the opportunity to virtually meet Troy will learn the importance of bees, what it's like to wear that big white suit, and no doubt some really fun bee facts. You can follow Troy at PEI Bees on Facebook. The official opposition included funding for the pollinator expansion program in our budget submission last year. We were thrilled when not only was that request approved, but the necessary programs were put in place to facilitate the funding. There will be an ongoing requirement to ensure that the Beekeeping Association moves towards self-reliance. In a time when it is critical to support local, we need to be building the supply chains needed to support our agriculture industry. This is a start, and closing our provincial borders to keep our beekeepers' investments is necessary and the next important step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. A friend to so many, Darrell Guignon, died last month. And by so many, I mean not only a whole lot of islanders, but his love extended to the four-legged, the winged, and the fin beings that share this special place with us. There can be few islanders who spoke for or who cared for or who advocated for the natural world of Prince Edward Island more than Darrell Guignon. It was my privilege, Mr. Speaker, to know Darrell and to call him a friend. And all of those who knew him were inevitably affected by him. His was not the loud, brash sort of activism, but his advocacy was no less deeply fierce, and its style reflected his own understated, gentle personality. His life story is as remarkable as the man himself, and the quiet determination that drove him to accomplish all of the extraordinary things that he did was born of humble beginnings. But one privilege he had, and which shaped his life philosophy and journey, was an early immersion into nature. From his work and play as a young boy in the wilderness outside his back door in the Gaspé, Darrell developed a profound love and understanding of the natural world, of how all of its pieces fit together holistically, and his and our place in the intricate web of life. Here in this place he chose to call home, his love of nature got expressed in ways that will leave an indelible mark for many generations of islanders to come. From his 4 decades of teaching at UPEI that influenced so many people, to being a founding member of the Island Nature Trust, to the protection of Greenwich and the Morel River Conservation Zone, Darrell was instrumental in protecting our island's natural heritage. He also took great pride in his work on watershed management, including 2 Atlantic salmon strategies which continue to provide guidance for river restoration here on Prince Edward Island today. More recently, he led the restoration of the Clyde River following the construction of the Cornwall Bypass. Darrell received a lot of recognition and many awards for his decades of environmental involvement and achievements. And he was particularly proud to receive the Honourable J. Angus MacLean Natural Areas Award a number of years ago. This was special to Darrell because of the respect he had for our former Premier and his belief that we and our environment would be well served if there were more politicians like Mr. MacLean with vision and integrity. All this recognition was appreciated, but Darrell's greatest wish has always been for Islanders to continue the fight and work to protect and restore our environment for future generations. Many people have also received a red oak sapling from Darrell. He could often be seen collecting acorns at his property in Canavoy, which, by the way, he recently protected under the Natural Area Protections Act, as well as finding them on the UPEI campus and in city parks. And the best, not only would he give you these saplings, he'd come and plant it on your property. I think he was just wanting to make sure it was done right. And the best way to remember Darrell is to plant a red oak tree. Darrell was a constituent of District 17, New Haven Rocky Point, and his loss will be felt keenly by many friends and neighbours in the South Shore region. I had the pleasure of sitting down with him just for over an hour or so, just a couple of weeks before his death, and his warmth, his generosity, and his earnestness were very much in evidence right to the end. Senator Diane Griffin, who was a student in the very first wildlife biology course that he ever taught, said this of Darrell: "He was first and foremost an inspirational leader, both at UPEI and in the broader conservation community. Darrell was widely respected for his work to conserve natural areas and fish habitat. And," said Diane, "I will miss him, as will I, and a whole host of island residents of all kinds. I invite you to join me in passing our deep condolences on behalf of this legislature to his wife, Rosie McFarlane, his 6 children, and I have to say particularly to Evelyn and Harrison, whom I know well, and to his large and loving extended family." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as notice. No? For first question, I'll call upon the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. In my response to the throne speech last week, I talked about the many challenges that our island youth are facing. The economy is not providing them with secure jobs, affordable housing, or for many of them, living wages of any kind. And on top of that, at many times during this long pandemic year, island youth have been called upon to step up and to keep our community safe. To the Premier, what concrete ways is the province supporting our island youth and acknowledging their enormous contribution to our ongoing collective well-being?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader for the question and for the, just in his statement, a wonderful statement. So thank you for that and those kind words on Darrell. I think that COVID has exposed a lot of inequities, Mr. Speaker, throughout our economy, and I think that the impacts that the COVID situation has had on our youth in particular have been very, very challenging, and I do worry that that could have a lasting impact heading forward. I think a lot of the programs that we have tried to respond to quickly, but also those that we're looking to establish as we do a COVID reset, if that's what we want to call it, Mr. Speaker, has to take into effect that opportunities for youth aren't what they used to be. They have evolved, and we have to continue to evolve along with it. And I think it's an area we have to keep working on from an economic point of view, but also from a social development and point of view. And I see you looking at me, Mr. Speaker, so I'll end there. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On both occasions when PEI has instituted the circuit breaker, it is island youth who have been asked to come forward and to get tested and make sacrifices for the common good. They responded magnificently, as my colleague has already said this morning, taking time off work and lining up for hours to do their civic duty. It's clear from the news that we receive each time new cases are announced that many people who have contracted COVID-19 here on PEI work in the service industries and that they are young. To the Premier, do you think that the most recent 15-cent raise in the minimum wage indicates the sorts of supports and gratitude that these vulnerable and essential workers deserve?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I do thank the honourable member for the question and for bringing this important issue forward. I think we have seen COVID, particularly in the region and now in the province, the last couple of times it has hit, to impact the 20 to 29 age group in particular. I do think that we have tried to respond as we've learned more about this. I think the Minister of Economic Growth and Tourism yesterday came out with a program to try to address this for sure. This won't be popular with some in the business community. I don't believe the minimum wage is high enough, Mr. Speaker, and I do think that PEI has undersold itself for too long as a quote-unquote cheap place to do business, and I think we need to address that seriously as we head forward. I don't think that we need to expect the business community to carry that load entirely itself, Mr. Speaker, but I do think the inequities we have seen exposed through COVID require us to take a real creative look at how we do business here in this province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Premier for his candid remarks. And let's not remember that business community is supported by Islanders spending wages. And the best way that we can support our island business community is to put more money in the pockets of those Islanders who spend it here on Prince Edward Island. I'm struck every time I enter a grocery store at the dedication and the good humour of those who work there. I'm also struck by how many of them are young Islanders and how many of them are new Islanders. With the recent cluster of cases on PEI, frontline workers like grocery store clerks are placed at greater peril. To the Premier, is the province considering any other financial programs to recognise the critical work done by these Islanders as they continue to put themselves at risk for the rest of us?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, the response yesterday of initially the $1 million program for those who, if we're asking you to stay home and not go to work, I think, we have to stand up and say we're there to help you in some regard. I do think it's a delicate balance heading forward because it's that constant question that we deal with every day, and that is, what is the responsibility of government? How do we work with those in the private sector who are driving the economy? We certainly don't want to download a cost that puts somebody out of business, but at the same time, I do agree in principle with the Leader of the Opposition that when you put money into the pockets of Islanders, particularly those who are at a lower wage scale, that money gets all spent here locally, Mr. Speaker, and that is essentially the premise of why I continue to support and try to work with the federal government on such things as a universal basic income, because I do think, along with being a good active social program, it's a heck of a good economic program as well.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Not going to disagree with that. Whether you are entering the job market or studying at Holland College or UPEI or striking off as a young island entrepreneur, the financial stresses at that stage of life can be quite overwhelming. One of the greatest costs, of course, for any age group, but particularly the young, is housing. And we've seen the housing market here on Prince Edward Island explode over the last few years, with house prices rising faster than anywhere else in the country, and rents skyrocketing. To the Premier, why has government not taken steps, either legislatively or in some other regulatory fashion, to help island youth out in this red-hot marketplace?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do think we have tried to help and to address it. I mean, I'm the first to say that we're playing significant catch-up when it comes to the housing situation here across PEI. I think the explosion of our immigration over the last 10 to 15 years, has really been a wonderful thing for PEI, but I don't think until the most recent years that our housing reconstruction or development has really kept up with that. I would, Mr. Speaker, I spoke last week to some individuals at the Reach Foundation, for example, and one of the issues that they raised was trying to find a spot in Prince Edward Island, particularly in the Charlottetown area, with an affordable rent. The mobile voucher that we have is a benefit to them, but I think the indication that they are saying and others is that we have to continue to look and do a little bit more. We're seeing the creation of housing units in PEI, but they tend to be at the mid to high level, and we can't wait too long to have that permeate down to a lower, more affordable level. And I think I can only commit to just try to continue to put the money at that issue in hopes that we can address it in the short term.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday we heard from the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture that the province is going to create an emergency fund for those impacted by the latest circuit breaker and the modified red conditions that we now have on the island. This was something, of course, our caucus has been calling for, and I was delighted to hear the announcement. Thank you, Minister. To the Premier, one of the programs is capped at $1 million, and we have as yet not seen any details on that fund. It's entirely possible that we're going to stay in this higher level of alert for some time to come. So will the cap on that fund be raised if necessary to ensure that everybody who's impacted and who is actually eligible for that will be able to access it?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think that is the full intention of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think, as I say, we continue to ask, particularly those young islanders, as was referenced earlier in question period, that if you have symptoms, any symptoms, don't go to work. And the reality is that a lot of these individuals, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has referenced a couple of times here, if they don't go to work, they don't get paid. So if the option is go to work a little bit sick and take the risk of maybe spreading COVID unintentionally or not going to work and not getting paid, it's a pretty simple decision for a lot of people, even though with the greatest of intentions, but they need to have an opportunity to know that there's a day's pay there for them if they need to stay home. We need employers to be supportive of that and to be encouraging of that, Mr. Speaker. And I think, like a lot of our programs that we've introduced through COVID-19, this is an initial start. If more is needed, I think we will be there to do so, Mr. Speaker. But I think it's just a responsibility of government to try to do everything it can to get us through to the end of this, and hopefully sooner rather than later.
The Honourable Member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the recent COVID clusters, an ever-growing list of close contacts are going to need to isolate for 2 weeks. As my colleague said, we're still waiting on the details of the new $1 million fund announced yesterday, but government's website does say that it will support people who need to stay home sick. However, it is silent on people who are taking precautionary steps to protect the health of others. Question to the Minister of Economic Growth. Will islanders who are missing work to be tested or who are awaiting the results of a test be able to access this fund?
The Honourable Minister of Economic and Growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. So we do know there's a lot of employers out there right now that are paying their staff to stay home if there are symptoms. So there's a lot of employers taking the initiative to do that, as well as the Canadian Recovery Sickness Benefit is eligible too. A lot of islanders don't know that exists, and what that does, it covers for any worker who's required to self-isolate, that test positive for COVID-19, or may have an underlying health condition creating a greater risk, and that would be eligible for $500 a week for 2 weeks. So what this $1 million fund is for is any gaps that are missing with the federal program. We are going to work through the employers. The employers can pay the salary of that individual, and we will be reimbursing the employers. So the details are coming. It's going to be rolled out through Innovation PEI. We started working on it Sunday night, and hopefully by tomorrow we'll be able to announce more.
Summerside, Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that in that gap, we will also be looking at people who are awaiting the results of their tests, even if they're not yet identified as being COVID positive. Many people with symptoms want to stay home, and it's critical that they're fully supported to do that. Yesterday, the minister also announced a $500 emergency payment for workers that would be reintroduced. It's good to have those supports whenever we're in an outbreak, but it's far better to have them before an outbreak. Question to the same minister, given the reality that we're living in, why hasn't this program been made available all the time?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the big challenge of government and all these programs is we have to be accountable to the taxpayer. We need to watch all the funds. We need to make sure that our numbers are accurate. We're talking millions and millions of dollars. The programs that we rolled out yesterday alone is in the vicinity of $6 million. So that's why every program is looked through a microscope. We go out to industry, we get feedback, and we do consultation before we roll them out. And at the end of the day, health is our number one eye right now, but we do have to make sure that we have the tax dollars to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $6 million sounds like a lot, but the cost of a shutdown is significantly more, I would just remind you. Having those supports in place ahead of time let people know they can stay home, and it encourages them to make good decisions. For many low-wage workers, losing even a day's pay is a real struggle, and a great deal of people in their 20s are low-waged workers. This is the same demographic who showed up in droves every time we've asked them to, Mr. Speaker. They felt a duty to protect Islanders, and we have a duty to protect them too. Question to the Minister of Economic Growth: will you bring in legislation in this sitting to guarantee paid sick leave?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one thing we've seen during this pandemic is the business community is suffering. We've seen businesses that are holding on by a thread right now. So to ask a business to pay 7 days sick leave to an employee is just not in the cards right now. But that's why we did come with this $1 million pot. We've come to this $1 million pot to show their support for Islanders. Anybody with symptoms are going to be eligible. If they do not qualify under the federal program, we will be there with that pot of money, and within the coming days it will be rolled out. So we're hoping the message gets out there. Islanders know that if you're not feeling well or you have symptoms, stay home and you will not lose your wage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, such a program could certainly be spun up to support businesses so that if they're not in a position to pay for that sick leave, government could be there for them. I don't think that's a reason not to legislate paid sick leave. I think at this particular time we've had a great number of young people impacted in the pandemic. And my last question is to the Premier. I'm wondering if you can tell this House what advice you have gotten from the Premier's Youth Council on how we can best support youth going forward.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I feel I've gotten advice from just about every Islander across the board in some way, shape or form over these last number of months. I would have to, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, go back to the last couple of months to determine when I would have last met with the Youth Council, to be very honest. I mean, every day has kind of run together this past little while. I do think, though, that on the Premier's Growth and Recovery Council, for example, it was an issue that is a top of mind, not just for the youth of this province, but for all Islanders across the board, Mr. Speaker. And I can only commit to trying to continue to do the best job we can, Mr. Speaker, through these difficult times. And I really would like to leave this job knowing that we've moved the dial considerably when it comes to the youth in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last June, the former Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning and I had several conversations about the fact that social distancing in most of our schools and on all of our school buses is just impossible, and it's been a great cause of stress for all those involved. There's been a year now to figure out a better plan than simply just shutting down schools and keeping them closed. Not saying that this 3-day one is a problem, just keeping them closed. We know just how risky it is to have schools open in their current state. Question to the Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning. This is our children's education and essential for many, many working parents. What plans have you developed to safeguard everyone, and will you table these plans?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone involved in the education system. Certainly this last year has proven to be extremely difficult, and I am just in awe in terms of how the education system has managed to deal with it in extenuating circumstances, unprecedented time. They've stepped up beyond measure, and especially these last couple of days, the way in which our students and teachers have reacted and gotten tested, again, in awe and muchly appreciated. In terms of ensuring their safety, health and safety, absolutely this has been at the utmost of priorities in our education system, and I think that we've done an tremendously good job. If I look across the country, as compared to what some of the other territories and provinces are doing, we've really set the bar extremely high. So I hope that we can continue on this route. I know that the staff and everybody involved in the system are ready to go virtually if that's the case, and I look forward to being a part of that. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I didn't hear if you would table that or not, so I'm assuming we'll follow up on that after. If we do find ourselves returning to school with all of these exposure sites and the possibility of more, there may be a lot of teachers and school staff who need to self-isolate and not be able to come into school. The last we heard from school bus drivers, EAs, teachers, admin assistants, there's a great concern for a lack of substitutes. And when we know in a school, we know that when there's no teacher, that the whole staff is shuffling all day trying to fill this void. Question to the minister, what is the plan if a class does not have a teacher?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I spoke with the manager of HR yesterday, and I was, again, really impressed in the way in which she's managed to ensure that all of our schools have been staffed appropriately. In fact, this government, I think, has stepped up in tremendous ways over the last year to ensure that our schools are staffed from custodians to teachers to counselors. Each school has an operational plan, and certainly we work very closely with the CPHO to ensure that that is carried forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
No answer again. We do have operational plans, yes, but I was asking specifically about substitutes, which is a department issue, not a school issue. Our children and teachers have gone into the unknown this year. They are and always will be a part of the biggest gatherings on the island during a pandemic. They wear masks, some of them hours at a time, all while learning, growing, and developing. And I'm not sure what everyone else is hearing, but from what I'm hearing and seeing, young people have adapted and cope with this new reality with grace and with guts. Many of us could learn from them. Question to the same minister. Our youngest islanders have proven that they're willing to work hard and adapt for the betterment of all. What have you done for them to make sure they have education and care they deserve, even in the face of an outbreak?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I look back at the last 3 days, certainly I've been involved in all decisions that are being made, and I have a tremendous amount of faith and trust in the education system. We proved in December that we could effectively roll out a virtual plan, and my staff has been preparing as such for the worst. So I am quite confident that if in fact the CPHO determines that the students cannot go back to school, that we will ensure that they are online and that they're learning virtually, and that respite care will be available for those with special needs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So given that we've learned in the last year about online learning, there were some concerns there with a lack of internet and devices. So question to the minister, does every student and teacher have access to decent internet so they can conduct their job without stress if we do need to go to online learning next week? And what are we going to do if they don't?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I understand in terms of devices, they're all ready to go. So if we have to move to a virtual model, Friday we'll hit the ground running, and they'll be working throughout the weekend to make sure that everybody has access to a mobile device. As for internet, I know that my colleague is working very hard with communities to ensure communities do have access to internet. I know that previously for those households that did not, they were able to access the school. I don't think very many had taken advantage of that opportunity, but I know that was available for both teachers and students. So I know the staff is really dedicated to ensuring that students continue their education if schools are closed, and most certainly they'll make sure that those students have access to learning materials, whether it's at home or in the schools. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Great. I'd love to know what other jurisdictions you've looked at, because there have been jurisdictions who have found a solution to their internet issues. We spoke at length in this House as well of the impacts that COVID-19 have had on women, and we've learned a lot in the last year. One of them being how much we women rely on our education system for childcare. Question to the same minister: given all we've learned, and given you've had a year to figure this out, other than childcare for those who need it, how will this circuit breaker look different for women?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
How will it look different for women, Mr. Speaker? Childcare facilities are open currently. They had to close down previously, and women, absolutely, they were disproportionately impacted. I know that my staff met with about 130 stakeholders on Sunday evening, I believe, and the early childhood sector, they've stepped up in phenomenal ways, and they recognize that the importance of their services, and they are there to support families, including my kids today, Mr. Speaker. And this government truly does recognize the importance of this sector, and I can assure the member across that will be reflected in our budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question today is to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. Recently, we have seen an uptake in PEI COVID-19 cases, many of which can be traced, and their origins can be traced, to travel outside PEI. PEI only has 3 points of entry, and only 2 of which operate in the winter months. We know there are forms of testing occurring at the Charlottetown Airport. However, it doesn't appear there's any testing requirements for those entering through the Confederation Bridge. Question to the Minister: are border screening officers currently requiring COVID testing be completed by any individual entering PEI through the Confederation Bridge?
The Honorable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start by telling you, Mr. Speaker, that this government has done a pretty darn good response on our borders here, Mr. Speaker. We don't take this lightly. To date, there has been 21,000 applications to enter this island, Mr. Speaker. 21,000, Mr. Speaker. And every one of those is reviewed, Mr. Speaker. And every one of those it goes through self-isolation tests, or goes through self-isolation, no matter if you come across in the airport, Mr. Speaker, or whether you come across the bridge or the ferry, Mr. Speaker. Unless you have permission otherwise, you have to self-isolate, Mr. Speaker, and that's everyone who enters this island. Thank you.
The Honorable Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary is to the same minister. Increased testing can give public health officials the information they need to contain a potential outbreak before it spreads within our island communities. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen our testing capacity increase exponentially in PEI, and this has allowed us to effectively respond to situations of increased cases. While we have been very fortunate so far, we must continue taking precautions available to protect Islanders. Mr. Minister, in light of the recent COVID-19 developments, will you commit to introducing testing requirements at the Confederation Bridge?
The Honorable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this question is directed to the wrong minister because this is a health CPHO matter, Mr. Speaker. Department of Justice and Public Safety deal with the entry points, but deal with the applications to come here, Mr. Speaker, but CPHO is in charge of the testing, Mr. Speaker, and that question should go to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Thank you.
The Honorable Member, Honorable Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second supplementary is to the same minister. In the summer months during the Atlantic bubble, we had an RCMP presence conducting security. However, that came to an end in late 2020. While most visitors are more than cooperative, we must also be prepared for situations where individuals are resistant to public health measures. A question to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. Which company is currently responsible for conducting security at the Confederation Bridge, and how was that contract awarded?
The Honorable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
I guess, Mr. Speaker, I can't speak for CPHO or the Department of Health, but Mr. Speaker, CPHO and Highway Safety is currently at the bridge, Mr. Speaker. But I will talk about, Mr. Speaker, currently to date, there's been over 111 charges laid, Mr. Speaker, for those who have not self-isolated. There's been 1,000 random checks, Mr. Speaker, by our conservation officers, sorry, Mr. Speaker. 1,000. Today, as of the end of February, there were 697 people in self-isolation, Mr. Speaker. If you don't think Prince Edward Island is doing a very good job, Islanders are stepping up here, Mr. Speaker. There's a few that aren't playing by the rules, but, Mr. Speaker, the high majority are, Mr. Speaker, and you know, I really, to answer the questions, he'll have to check with Minister of Health and Wellness on CPHO protocol. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Mr. Speaker, recently we have seen how vulnerable our province still remains to the COVID-19 pandemic and the restrictions that follow it. Last spring, Island students missed approximately 3 months of in-person learning. And so far this year, classes have been missed due to weather disruptions, PD days, isolated COVID situations. As a result, In the last calendar year, Island students have missed nearly half of the normal school year's worth of in-person instruction days. Question to the Minister of Education. Are you planning any schedule modifications for the remaining school year so to ensure Island students receive as many in-person instructional days as possible?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And throughout the last year, I've been sitting on a number of FPT calls with ministers responsible for the status of women. And I have to say, I feel so fortunate every single day that we live on Prince Edward Island because our students have had more in-school days than most other provinces and territories. I most certainly recognize that that students they belong in school. These are the most influential times in their lives, and we're doing everything to make sure they get back there. But clearly, health and safety of our students is of utmost importance. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While in-person learning is always the goal, situations such as COVID-19 can make it difficult to do so. In the summer of 2020, many governments across the country released plans for a return to school. Many of those plans contained an in-person approach or a hybrid model or online learning approach. The island government has never publicly released their full online learning plans, but the former minister did ensure they would be prepared for any eventuality. Question to the Minister of Education. Are you confident in the online learning plan that you have inherited from your predecessor? And will you allow all Islanders to see the full online learning plan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I can, with absolute assurance, I can say that I am confident in the plan, and we saw that plan roll out in December with the schools that were shut down. That being said, I will absolutely go back to my department and see what we have in terms of an official plan that I can table here in the legislature. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty, your second supplementary.
Thank you for the answer, Minister. Government has been facing questions on return to school plans since the spring sitting of 2020. There is no excuse at this point for a lack of clear contingency plans. Recently, we have seen teachers reach out to island families unable to offer any information, indicating they mostly get their information from the public health briefings without any prior consultation or warning. We hear similar concerns regarding the lack of communication from CUPE officials at the standing committee meetings last fall. Question to the Minister of Education. Almost a full year into COVID-19 pandemic, why are we continuing to hear concerns regarding the lack of communication and forward planning surrounding education decisions?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think any of us could have planned for a global pandemic. It's been a work in progress and a learning experience for all of us. Most certainly at the onset, were there lessons to be learned? Absolutely. Have we learned from them? Yes. I think we can look back at December, and that was a very successful rollout in terms of, again, students going virtually, the shutdown, the safety and security of students and the education system. Most certainly what I've heard from staff over the last couple of days is that our unions and our education system, they're really pleased in the way in which we've communicated with them. And as Minister, I am committed to ensuring that remains the case. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, Dr. Morrison stated that approximately 2,800 rapid tests were conducted in the last batch of testing related to the most recent outbreaks. And just last week, government announced that it would be starting an opt-in rapid testing initiative at the Charlottetown Airport in order to establish the accuracy of nearly 40,000 rapid tests that the government has had in its possession for months, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Can you provide the House with an update on how this rapid testing initiative is going, how many tests have been used, and what are the results thus far?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll certainly bring back the exact numbers to the House. I know over the past weekend, for example, though, Mr. Speaker, that the rapid testing initiative, it was used as we were dealing and continue to deal with the clusters that we have seen here in Charlottetown and in Summerside. And it was a discussion I had with with Dr. Morrison this morning, Mr. Speaker, is with regard to the accuracy of the rapid test. And one thing that was extremely reassuring to me, Mr. Speaker, was that the fact that if it is a negative on the rapid test, but we do have great confidence in that negative. If it's a positive, then it does go on for further testing. But again, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the exact numbers, I endeavour to bring that information back to the legislature. Thank you.
The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the government has finally decided to put the thousands of rapid tests to use. The Confederation Bridge is our #1 point of entry into this province, and especially during the winter months, with no ferry service and reduced air traffic to one flight coming in per day, Mr. Speaker. My next question, why was the decision made to offer only rapid testing at the airport and not the Confederation Bridge? Wouldn't rapid tests at the bridge crossing allow the Chief Public Health Office to collect more data on the accuracy of the test by making use of a more robust level of commuters?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, you look at the response at CPHO, the great guidance, the great leadership, Mr. Speaker, that Dr. Morrison has provided. Am I the person to say, yes, that we should be using the rapid test here, here, and here, but no, that we shouldn't be using it here, here, and here? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. I have great faith in Dr. Morrison, in CPHO, in the decisions that they have and continue to make. And let's face it, Mr. Speaker, they have done a tremendous job in keeping Islanders safe. I will leave it to the experts as to where those rapid tests are or not used and where the best spot is for them to be utilized at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Break and fight with Heather Morrison. That's what you wanted to come in with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, and Public Safety just told one of our members earlier that anything to do with the Chief Public Health Office, the questions go to the Minister of Health. So that's where my question is going, is responsible for the Chief Public Health Office. Mr. Speaker, we've had these tests now in the island for months and have only put them in use over the last few weeks, while other provinces, including our Atlantic neighbour, Nova Scotia, has made wide use of rapid tests. So increased rapid testing could potentially allow individuals, such as rotational workers, a greater ability to spend time with their family and loved ones during their short stay here at home, Mr. Speaker. My final question to the Minister...
We test them all. We test them all now.
Premier.
PCR tests.
Mr. Speaker, question to the Minister who's responsible for the Chief Public Health Office. Will the Minister consider establishing a more widespread rapid testing rollout, possibly modeled after the Nova Scotia practice, including multiple mobile rapid testing sites right across Prince Edward Island, so we all have a fair opportunity to get a quick test done, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the honourable member was listening to me when I replied to a second supplementary. Yes, the Minister of Health and Wellness is responsible, and CPHO does fall under my ministry. With that, though, thank goodness we have not needed them to this point in time. And that has been the decision of the Chief Public Health Officer and Dr. Heather Morrison. You look across this country, the Leader of the Opposition today said that PEI is probably in the same realm as New Zealand, as how successful that we have been here in the province of PEI in dealing with the pandemic. You look at the tremendous work that was done this past weekend as a result.
Okay.
Maybe I should say New Zealand, I do believe, is an island as well. Thank you. I do believe in America.
The honourable member from Montague Kilmuir.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Operation Isolation program has been one of our outstanding strengths of our COVID response. Lately, there has been concern that some individuals are not following their self-isolation requirements. A question to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. out of the 110 charges that you said have been laid for not self-isolating, are those all first-time offenses, or have a number of them been second offense or third offenses?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's a more direct question for me, Mr. Speaker. And of those 111, there's been 200 warnings as well, Mr. Speaker, but most of those are first-time offenses, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Montague-Kilmuir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess what I take is that initially they're warned and then we charge them. Mr. Speaker, conducting Operation Isolation, it's a huge logistical undertaking. And recently with this outbreak that we're seeing now, obviously some folks didn't follow their isolation requirements, and this is why we're seeing with these clusters of cases. And this affects everyone, businesses, schools, and it's a huge hit to our economy. Minister, can you walk us through the process of how enforcement works from the start to finish of the 14-day isolation period?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General does not walk us through it.
Well, Mr. I'll do it best I can, Mr. Speaker, without getting tested myself. But, Mr. Speaker, of course, the self-isolation is determined by CPHO, who's the CPHO, as we all learned, is the Minister of Health and Wellness. I will take you through the steps that involve conservation officers, Mr. Speaker, who are the enforcement on the isolation file, Mr. Speaker. They do random checks. They've done 1,000 random checks since this summer, Mr. Speaker. There's 8 conservation officers that are working unbelievably, Mr. Speaker, hard to keep everybody in check. But, Mr. Speaker, Islanders are playing a big role in this, Mr. Speaker. Islanders are making sure people are self-isolating. They're making sure they can help people that are in self-isolation, Mr. Speaker. There's always the Crime Stoppers. There's always police, Mr. Speaker. Everybody's working together to find a solution for the health and safety of Prince Edward Island.
The Honourable Member from Montague-Kilmuir, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and ask questions that perhaps don't take so long to answer. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, a big part of our success is the enforcement that we have done. And as I said, with the current outbreak now, it shows just how important that isolation is and how much that enforcement matters. And I know that the initial fine is $1,000. And Minister, you said that we've given out 200 warnings, I believe, before we move to fining them. I think there's a lot of people are quite upset in the public and over this current outbreak. Is it possible to move away from just simply giving a warning to giving that initial fine, and what other measures can we do to help strengthen our isolation program?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is a good question, Mr. Speaker. With our conversations with Dr. Morrison, there's a balance, Mr. Speaker. There's a balance here that Dr. Morrison wants the people feel that they can give her the truth when they are positive, Mr. Speaker. And if the fine gets too large, Mr. Speaker, she's afraid that people might not be as forthcoming. So there is definitely a balance, Mr. Speaker, with this. It's a sensitive issue, but we are going to analyze with CPHO on the enforcements. There has been businesses charged as well, Mr. Speaker, fairly substantial fines, Mr. Speaker, for breaking CPHO rules, Mr. Speaker. So we are constantly going to look at this, Mr. Speaker, and evaluate it in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Addictions is a terrible problem on PEI. Not only does it impact the person with the addiction, it affects their family, friends, and community. Tragically, we saw this just last weekend with the death of a young woman in her 20s due to a cannabis product laced with fentanyl. Advocates warn us that supply chains have been disrupted due to COVID-19, putting more people at risk of exposure to fentanyl and related overdose. Question to the Minister of Health. What additional measures are being put in place to protect vulnerable islanders to the risk of exposure to fentanyl?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the honourable member for bringing this forward, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, fentanyl laced, as I understand it, cannabis that resulted in the passing this very recently is tragic. There are a number of programs through my department, Mr. Speaker, under harm reduction. The other thing, too, Mr. Speaker, as was noted in the speech from the throne, can we do more? Do we need to do more? Absolutely we do, Mr. Speaker. And that is one of the reasons that you look at the speech from the throne, some of the initiatives that are being taken and to be looked at. But again, Mr. Speaker, we do need to do more. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you,
Final
Mr.
question.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, absolutely, we need to do more, and we need to do much more than just talk about needing to do more. One way, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the risk of using drugs is the implementation of safe injection sites. These sites have been used in other provinces across the country and have been proved to save lives. A question to the Minister of Health and Wellness: what steps is your government taking to make safe injection sites available on Prince Edward Island?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe here a short time ago that Dr. Morrison actually presented to a standing committee, and one of the things that she spoke about at length was harm reduction, safe injection sites, and it is something, Mr. Speaker, just having recently come into this ministry, but I'm not going to stand here and say yes, that is where we're going, but I will say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very open to it. I would more than welcome the opportunity as well to sit down, have a one-on-one conversation with the member to see her opinions, her direction, her suggestions as we move forward on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
End of question period. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I know that we've heard a number of comments, a number of accolades with regard to the testing that has taken place over the last few days. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what my ministerial statement is about. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise in the House today. Today is the second day that Prince Edward Island is operating in a modified red restricted level. Mr. Speaker, this means islanders are urged to stay home. Businesses are operating differently. Schools are closed. It may feel to some that we are at a standstill. But, Mr. Speaker, behind the scenes, those working in the health system, especially in COVID-related areas, are busier than ever, working day and night to keep islanders safe. COVID-19 testing is vital to containing the spread of the virus in the province. And, Mr. Speaker, PEI has been a leader in this area. Mr. Speaker, there are many key components to this behind-the-scenes work, including the steadfast guidance of Dr. Heather Morrison and the people at the Chief Public Health Office, the incredible efforts of Health PEI staff at testing sites and lab. The support of Island EMS has provided to support testing, and public health teams who are extremely busy doing contact tracing. Mr. Speaker, since Saturday, staff at testing clinics across the province have taken more than 10,000 swabs. This is a record level of testing in response to the recent cases. These efforts included quickly adding pop-up clinics at Three Oaks High School, Stratford Town Hall, and Harborside Health Centre, as well as extended hours in established clinics. Island EMS has offered wonderful support to this testing, and this additional support is greatly appreciated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the large number of testing swabs has meant that the provincial lab has been working around the clock, efficiently and effectively identifying cases of COVID in PEI. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Public Health Office has been working non-stop to modify public health restrictions to keep us safe, tracing contacts of cases, identifying various potential exposure locations across the province, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, all of this has been done while maintaining vaccine clinic schedules. While some of those schedules are affected by weather today, healthcare workers at these sites have largely been able to continue vaccinating Islanders. I want to offer my personal, sincere appreciation to all involved in the COVID-19 response in PEI, especially at times like this when the response has been put into overdrive, Mr. Speaker. I also want to offer my appreciation to every Islander who got tested over the last number of days, notably the youth in the Summerside area who attended the clinic at Three Oaks. In a scary, uncertain time, you put your community first and got tested to help us break the chain of transmission in Prince Edward Island, and you should be very proud for doing this. Mr. Speaker, it has been a challenging number of days as we continue to move through this new phase of the pandemic in PEI. But as always, we'll get through this together by staying together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke, the opposition whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to be able to acknowledge the incredible work of all of the staff that came together at short notice to make the additional testing clinics happen, to extend the times at our current testing clinics. And I want to thank and acknowledge Island EMS and our nurses who were on the front lines to make sure that this all came together, as well as the lab staff who have worked so hard to process all of these tests so very quickly. The more information we have, the more we are able to be prepared and to manage this current outbreak. So it is just so important, the work that they are doing, and we thank them so much, as well as the staff who have been on sites to help control the traffic. All of these pieces need to come together to make this happen. I want to especially acknowledge those working at the Slemon Park testing site, which is in my district. That has been a site that has been in place for a very long time, and it has been fantastic. I've heard nothing but positive feedback about the staff working at that site. And I can say that, a few months ago when my daughter and I went through for a test at that site, the process was flawless, and everybody working there was incredibly kind and patient. And I know that incredible kindness and patience is particularly valued at this time when we are all in this time of uncertainty during this outbreak. So to the staff, to the frontline workers, I want you to know that you are valued and appreciated, and we thank you for your work.
The honourable member from O'Leary Inverness, third-party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Minister for recognizing the efforts of our frontline workers when it comes to this. And I've always said that, in my opinion, testing and tracking is pivotal, I think, when it comes to our response to the coronavirus pandemic. Mr. Speaker, not only should we stand and recognize the workers in the front line, those workers include our health professionals. Also, I want to add in our highway traffic people that are there guiding people through the waits and things of that nature. And they are putting their lives in front of testing all of those thousands of Islanders. And I also, too, want to recognize there's a site in my district at the O'Leary Health Centre, and it's been open from various times, and I want to give a great thank you to them for the hard work on behalf of the constituents of O'Leary Inverness in this legislature. I think we also have to recognize, Mr. Speaker, the determination of thousands of Islanders who are waiting in line, showing patience, and put their schedules and life on pause while they're getting their tests. And I certainly want to acknowledge their hard work in that. And we certainly know over on this side of the legislature, Mr. Speaker, that many of these islanders are young workers who had to go get tested. They have to leave their place of work probably, take time off, get that probably without pay while they're waiting for the test results. And I think it's important that the Minister of Economic Development has already made an announcement to help with some of those issues moving forward. Also, I would say my colleague from Tignish Palmer Road highlighted a little earlier in the question period that why we're not using these widely expanded rapid testing program. Many places are using that, and it seems to be a success. And I think it's very important that we're doing it at our entry points, like at the Confederation Bridge, like at the airport. And let's really roll that out in a more aggressive way, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's really important, if we are going to compare ourselves to New Zealand, Mr. Speaker, which I might add has 5 million people, I believe they had the same amount of cases today as we had today, and they're also in a lockdown situation, Mr. Speaker. But if we are going to compare ourselves to them, I think the testing is the way to go, and let's implement those rapid tests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many island families rely on their school's healthy food programs to get healthy, nutritious breakfasts, snack, or lunch options. With schools currently closed during this modified red restricted stage, the province of Prince Edward Island deemed it a priority to see the island families in need still receive these necessary meals while school buildings are closed. I want to thank our PEI school food team who put the gears in motion to offer a meal delivery service to families. As of this morning, 60 families, so 126 children, have registered for the program. We have 3 vendors, 1 in each county, preparing food for these children and 7 bus drivers to deliver those meals. Mr. Speaker, in these difficult and uncertain times, it is so important that we look out for the most vulnerable. As we continue to assess our position in the modified red phase and throughout the pandemic, we will always put islanders first. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I could not be happier to hear that. Back in the very early days of the pandemic, the former Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning and I had several conversations where I encouraged him to do just that. So thank you for continuing with this. I noticed in the throne speech, the Premier used the words reducing food security, and I would love to take it a step further through steps like these to start using the language eradicate food insecurity, because we know how we tied for first place as a province with the most children living in food insecurity, and that's not a statistic personally that I'm happy with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall, Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's great to hear. I mean, for any of those individuals on the road today, we know what the roads are like, listening to some of our members in this House. And you know, the thing that gets lost on sometimes patting ourselves on the back in regards to the school food program is the breakfast program and the volunteers and the businesses that donate to that. But also, 1 in 5 children in Prince Edward Island living in poverty is too much. The number has gone up 1.8% or something like that in the past 2 years. So I think when you look at that, and our child protection has grown, mental health numbers have increased, and we talk about recognitions, I think, in comparisons, let's ensure that we don't leave children behind, and let's include them in everything we talk about and every lens that we use in a decision in the Legislative Assembly to ensure that they're being looked after, and then we can pat ourselves on the back.
Okay, in the Minister's statements, presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Remote Learning, a Guide for Parents and Students, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it, Honourable Minister, can you get someone else to second that?
Seconded, yeah, seconded by, seconded. Sure, who would like to second it? Seconded, Minister of Finance, yeah, absolutely.
Shall it carry? Any more tabling of documents?
Thanks. Why not you?
Reports by committees. Introduction of government bills. Government motions. Orders of the day, government. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the first order of the day be now read.
Should it carry?
Order number 1, adjourn debate on the draft address, and that debate was adjourned by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I commenced my remarks last week, and early in my response, I said something to the effect, I don't have the page in front of me, but that this chamber can be both inspiring and exasperating, and that it's at its best when we are debating the big ideas of the day and the large questions that face Islanders, and we're doing that with open minds and good hearts. And it is at its worst when it descends into small-minded pettiness, I think was the phrase that I used, and partisanship. And it's been sad for me in the last 24 hours to see an example of exactly that small-minded pettiness and partisanship, which is really, it does this House no credit, and it is of no benefit to Islanders when we are, particularly at a time when we're faced with some real challenges here in our community. Mr. Speaker, it's been a couple of very eventful days since I began speaking in my response to the throne speech, and over the weekend we've seen just how fast things can change when it comes to COVID. The events of the past few days have shown just how delicate the relative safety that we have worked so hard to build here over the last 12 months actually is. I spoke during my opening remarks today about the debt of gratitude, as did the Premier and members of the third party, about the debt of gratitude that I and my caucus, and indeed all members of this House, have towards the essential workers on Prince Edward Island who continue to do that most necessary work to keep us safe and to provide us with the basics that all Islanders need to continue life, as if, it's difficult to say the word normal, of course, but as if we were living in normal days. And further, I want to reiterate my sincere thanks to all Islanders, especially young Islanders, and again, through some of our questions today and statements that we've made already on this day in the House, we have singled out that part of our community here who have stepped up magnificently when they were called to do, and to keep us as a larger community safe. Thank you to them. Despite these immediate pressing COVID-related issues, we also need to recognize that the way that issues like housing and climate change and poverty and building an equitable society cannot be ignored, even in a pandemic, perhaps especially in a pandemic. When I last spoke in my response to the speech from the throne, the debate was adjourned, and I was discussing the need to see immediate and decisive action on climate change. And I think I said at the time that this throne speech, we were looking for decisive action, and this throne speech was not it. One of the key policies that will help us get to carbon neutrality and improve the quality and livability of island homes is the adoption of a net zero building code. One of my caucus members, of course, a former architect, is an expert in this area and has been promoting since his time in his seat in this House that we adopt net zero building codes across this province. And in large part, thanks to his advocacy and hard work, we see that government is moving in that direction, and I'm very glad to see that. We have a school slated to be built to net zero standards, and it is our hope, and I know it's the hope of the member who is the expert in this field, that all public buildings that are built from now on in this island will be built to a net zero standard. And I thank him for his work on that. Now, we'll also need a plan to change out all of the, for example, all of the oil furnaces that still exist in many islanders' homes. And I think the Premier mentioned absolutely correctly the statistic on that is that it's disproportionately low-income islanders who have that heat source in their homes. And of course, that's going to take time to do, and if we are to do it in an equitable and a responsible and a caring manner, it's going to take time, and it's going to take support from government, and I get that. And I don't expect to see the details of how we are going to accomplish that in the throne speech, of course. That's not what it's for. But it's such a critical part of what we need to do here in addressing climate change that I was at least hoping for some sort of mention of it in the throne speech, and preferably a commitment to those things. But again, there was nothing in the throne speech committing to net zero beyond what we've already discussed in this House, nor providing islanders with options for cleaner heat in their homes and supports from government for doing that. Where we need immediate and decisive action on climate, this throne speech offers at best a mediocre approach that kicks the real decisions further down this ever-shortening road that we have in front of us before we hit a wall. This government tells a nice story about wanting to be the first province to reach carbon neutrality, but so far I have seen little indication that they are actually serious about making that a reality. I can't talk about climate change here without at least mentioning carbon pricing. And I must say I'm astounded by this government's constantly shifting position on carbon pricing over the last couple of years. I vividly recall in debates during the last election, the Premier with great hyperbole, fretting about how a carbon tax would be the ruin of the driver from Tignish. And then things changed. It seemed that government might finally have recognized that carbon pricing is indeed the most cost-effective and the fairest and the most efficient way to reduce emissions, with the most minimal impact on the economy. However, the statement in the throne speech on carbon pricing, and indeed the Premier's response to questions last week in this House, remain somewhat ambiguous about what exactly the plan is for carbon pricing and how these tax revenues will be spent or redistributed to islanders. Giving 100% of carbon tax revenues back to islanders as unconditional payments, not through programs and services that are not universally accessible, would be a far more fair way to redistribute the revenues from carbon pricing to all islanders. Let's remember that when we give rebates, for example, for air-to-air heat pumps in our homes, many low-income islanders firstly don't own their homes and can't afford that upfront cost to do that. So even though this is a worthy program, and I absolutely support those sorts of things that are currently running in efficiency PEI, we need to remember that perhaps the most vulnerable people, the people who would benefit from them most of all, are unable to actually access those programs. A far fairer and more effective way of redistributing that to the people who need it most would be through a fee and dividend model. And I think you could think of that fee and dividend model of returning the money, in all of the money, to islanders in a rebate payment. You can think of that almost as a mini basic income pilot, in that we know that the statistics tell us that high-income earners have a far larger carbon footprint than those with modest incomes. And therefore, when you're paying a carbon tax, high-income earners pay a disproportionately large amount. They are the ones who will fly off to Germany for holidays. They are the ones who will buy boats. They are the ones who will make purchases like that. Low-income islanders do not do that, and yet if we have a rebate program that is equitably distributed, more money will go to low-income islanders than high-income islanders. Again, almost like a mini basic income pilot, and given the tepid commitment to a basic income in this throne speech, that might be the closest thing we actually get to a basic income under this government. I'd like to talk a little bit about housing, Mr. Speaker. An equitable and inclusive society is one in which, at the very minimum, no islander gets left behind. However, a better way to envision this is that every islander should be provided the opportunity to reach their full and unique potential. And in order to achieve this, all islanders must first have their basic needs met. A safe place to live, for example, and some sort of guaranteed minimum income which would provide for them the basic necessities which we all need to live life in security and dignity for themselves and their families. Those are not luxuries. They are necessities, without which people cannot survive, let alone thrive. Now, I'm going to say something that actually should be a very easy thing to say, but that the Premier and his ministers seem either unable or unwilling to utter, and it's this: housing is a basic human right. We all deserve shelter. And the issue that we have these days in the marketplace that we are experiencing, not just here in Prince Edward Island, but across the country, but specifically, and perhaps more than anywhere else in Canada, here in PEI, is that basic human right of housing is butting up against housing also being an opportunity for investment. And sadly, in that situation, money always wins. Islanders are losing, and those with more money than they need to invest in housing here, disrupting the market, taking it out of circulation for rent, jacking up the prices, are putting a number of islanders in a severely vulnerable position. And despite the inherent truth that housing is a basic human right, we hardly saw a mention of the housing crisis that is impacting so many islanders in this throne speech. There was no acknowledgement that housing is indeed a basic human right. There is no mention whatsoever of tenants, not one word of it in this throne speech. And at this point in history, after the lessons that the pandemic has taught us, in light of all the evidence that demonstrates that housing is a critical component to the well-being of not only individuals, but of society and an economy, I find that quite shocking and really disappointing. We simply cannot say that we are doing well as a province when so many islanders still cannot find a safe and affordable place to live. We cannot expect islanders to stay safe in the midst of this serious current outbreak if they don't have anywhere to go to be safe. I'm further troubled that the government seems to think that a vacancy rate change from less than 1% to almost 3% represents a reprieve for the province in the area of our housing crisis. And Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear on this. There is no reprieve for those who have nowhere to sleep tonight, on this cold winter night. There is no reprieve for the renter who cannot find an apartment to rent, let alone one that they can actually afford. There is no reprieve for the family who can't buy a home because all of them are priced way out of their budget. And there is no reprieve for a senior relying on rental supplements to stay housed who can barely afford their groceries for the week. There is no reprieve on Prince Edward Island in the current housing market. Government has to take immediate steps to address the housing crisis that has gripped this province for the last several years. This is not a new problem. We could see this coming. And successive administrations have done far less than they needed to address this critical problem. It's completely unacceptable that this government underspent its housing budget last year substantially. They underspent their housing budget in a housing crisis. It is equally appalling that we saw so little mention of housing in this throne speech. Government must make the Residential Tenancy Act a legislative priority with a fair and transparent consultation process and something that includes the establishment of a rental registry. We've seen, in the absence of government's willingness to even do these basic steps that would give us the data that we need on housing in Prince Edward Island, community groups and individuals stepping forward to fill that gap. That's not the way that society has to work. We need government to take the lead. When we have a crisis, government needs to be there to take the lead and to lead our province in a safer and a better direction, and you're not doing that. Islanders are crying for government to step in and do something, anything, about this housing crisis. Our island is becoming a place where only the wealthy can afford a home. What will it take for the Premier to finally take action on this file? The throne speech noted that the Premier's Council for Recovery and Growth found that one of the chief concerns raised by islanders was the desire to mitigate poverty. And despite this government's own admission that this is a priority for islanders, we again saw hardly any mention of how government plans to eliminate poverty. And let's be specific here. When we talk about poverty, the goal, and the Premier has said this himself on many occasions, should and has to be elimination, not mitigation. And I appreciate the fact that he has made that very distinct and deliberate distinction between the two. Because one islander living in poverty is still one too many. And that's why we implore government to develop a comprehensive strategy for the elimination of poverty in our province, one that includes establishing concrete steps towards the adoption of a basic income guarantee in the province, with or without the support of the federal government. But a basic income guarantee is only one of the tools in the toolbox to eliminate poverty. Islanders cannot stand by for years while this government waits for the federal government to make a decision. The need the need for action on poverty is immediate. The need for action on poverty is now. And that looks like, let me tell you what I feel that looks like. That looks like livable wages. Action on poverty looks like affordable housing. Action on poverty looks like food security. Action on poverty looks like the elimination of student debt. That's the kind of action we're looking for from this government. Mr. Speaker, we are small enough a province to do great and important things. Being small also means that each of us knows the names and faces of islanders living in poverty. This is not some nebulous thought to us. This is something that we see every day in our communities. It's the person we pass on the street every day. It's the child who sits next to your child in class. It's the grocery store clerk I talked about in question period this morning, who, despite the work conditions and the peril that they place themselves in every day, is there with a cheerful smile and a friendly word. It's your next door neighbor. And it's also the lived experience of some of us who sit in this House. It's not good enough to say we're waiting on the federal government to cough up the money. It's not good enough to dedicate 2 short paragraphs in a throne speech to an issue that's impacting islanders in every corner of this province. Islanders expect more, and islanders indeed deserve more. Another important way that government must help all islanders reach their full potential is the provision of early childhood education. Early intervention to address the unique needs of every child before they reach school age is one of the best ways to set children up for a successful and fulfilling life. When we look at other places that do that, that place a very high degree of importance and resources on early learners to intervene when problems are seen and detected early, and to provide the supports that they are able to give to these children who need extra help early on. It not only helps those individuals, but it's an incredibly strengthening thing for a society and for an economy. And I would like us to have a much greater emphasis on those supports for individual young islanders who are struggling perhaps with literacy, perhaps with numeracy, perhaps with behavioral issues, perhaps with psychological problems. We need to have sufficient resources in our schools to support each of those individual young islanders in the unique ways that they require help. Unfortunately, government gave no commitment or mention of universal childcare. It's true that 300 additional spaces will help some, but it does not really help those lower income workers whose critical and essential role in our society was made even more evident, of course, during this pandemic, and something we've talked about at length today in this House. In the official opposition's submission to government, we asked that the throne speech include a commitment to expanding early learning programs and supports, including universal pre-kindergarten. What we got was another empty and eerily familiar promise that this will be addressed further down the road.
Six-paragraph page 10. Six-paragraph page 10, right there.
Additionally, expanded access to childcare would not only support island children, but it would also be a significant way to recognize the unpaid work that women still provide in society, as well as to help address the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 pandemic has had on women. Expanded childcare will not be possible without early childhood educators. Government needs to do more to make childcare a priority and to ensure those taking care of and educating our children are paid a living wage. I did listen to my colleague on this side of the House who made a beautiful statement in the House in response to a ministerial statement regarding the integrity and the strength of the education system, which needs to be supported with resources. And at the bottom of the pyramid that supports that education system are our frontline educators. And unless we provide living wages for these educators, not just expanding the number of spaces available to children, but making sure that the resources are there to attract the people we need to these positions and to retain them in those positions. If we do not do that, as my honourable colleague said, the system will collapse. Mr. Speaker, another topic that was missing from the Premier's speech was our schools. Our teachers, staff and students have been amazing, and they've been resilient during this past year, and of course an unprecedented shutdown of schools, and we talked about that in the legislature earlier today, forced teachers and students into this unknown world of online learning. And yet they persevered, and they succeeded. This fall brought an anxious and exciting return to in-class learning for many, and something that I hope we can return to safely soon. Despite the fears of teachers and staff, they prioritized the well-being and education of the students that were returning to their classrooms. Students faced many new rules and changes in their schools, bewildering for a group of people so young. Masks were worn. Some friends, close friends, may not have been in the same cohort. Staying 6 feet apart from the people that you know and love must have been extraordinarily challenging. It's been extraordinarily challenging for us, never mind young people who struggle to understand the context of the changes that have swept across society in the last year. But despite these challenges, our students have taken this in stride, and frankly, from what I and my caucus have witnessed, they have faced this new reality in many ways much better than we have as adults. Our students and our teachers, indeed, as well, have shown us grace and acceptance and compliance. They have inspired us. And what does our government show them in return? A promise to make them more prepared for employment. That's what it says in the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, many of our youth don't just want to be more prepared to enter what are for most of them going to be low-paying jobs. Our students want to revolutionize our economy. They want to revolutionize our island, and they want to be a part of making this a better world. I believe we owe them the opportunity and the flexibility to do so, and that means meeting the needs of each individual student in their unique way where they are every day they come to school. And our current inflexible school system does not give students or teachers the creative space that they need to drive forward the innovation that our island and our children so desperately need and want. COVID has presented unprecedented challenges to our school system and everybody in it, but it has also presented us with an opportunity to carve a new path. Returning to the same old system leaves teachers in a culture of silence and control, and students in a system that let many fall through the cracks and did not allow the majority of them to reach their full potential. I'm disappointed that this government was not brave enough to take this opportunity to implement bold changes that are called for, and bold changes that would better meet the unique needs and improve the lives of every single one of the children and youth in this province. Building an equitable and inclusive society also requires the participation of a diversity of voices. However, our historical realities here on Prince Edward Island have left many in our society marginalized. Government has a responsibility to help amplify those marginalized voices, but it must also help break down the systemic attitudes and behaviors that keep a diversity of voices from being heard. Mr. Speaker, throughout the throne speech, we saw the government inappropriately apply a racial lens as simply a criminal justice issue. In actuality, this incredibly difficult, important, and necessary work is about deconstructing systemic racism across all policy areas, all programs, and all services. It is not simply a criminal justice concern. We need to see actions furthering reconciliation between all treaty peoples, both Indigenous and settler. We need anti-racism and diversity programs in our communities, in our schools, in our healthcare, where the voices of the BIPOC community are centered and amplified. We need greater newcomer retention and integration activities, and we need efforts to engage other marginalized groups, such as women, the LGBTQ2S+ community, and our youth. We also need to improve our democracy and to empower young people to use their voice and to be part of the decisions that impact their generation by expanding the vote to include 16 and 17-year-old Islanders. Interestingly, I read in this government's 2019 speech from the throne, not the current one, but the one shortly after this government was elected. This is what it said, and I quote, "We also need, as a priority, to find ways that we can better engage our young people in the democratic process, as what we do today should be in their interest." That's quite a statement, and I can't think of a better way to engage our young people in the democratic process than passing the piece of legislation that was before this House last sitting and will be reintroduced in this sitting. I look forward to this government supporting the Election Age Act, which will be reintroduced in this House shortly, and in so doing, with your support, you will clearly state your desire to live up to the words that were present in the 2019 throne speech. Supporting our Indigenous communities to uphold and exert their treaty rights is a fundamental step in reconciliation between Indigenous and settler peoples in Canada. Unfortunately, as we saw recently in Nova Scotia, there are elements within society that have mobilized against Indigenous peoples and tried to impede their legal treaty right to conduct a moderate livelihood fishery, a right which is guaranteed by our Constitution and that has been upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada. Last fall, this Legislative Assembly unanimously passed a motion introduced by the official opposition in support of those treaty rights, which urged government to ensure that Mi'kmaq fishers in Prince Edward Island are able to exercise this legal right safely and without prejudice. Island Mi'kmaq leaders have indicated their intention to initiate their own moderate livelihood fishery this very spring. However, we are aware of resistance that is already emerging in our province, similar to that we saw in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, government must do everything in its power to protect the legal treaty rights of the Mi'kmaq to conduct this fishery free from violence, free from intimidation, free from threats, and free from prejudice. The first step to this, Mr. Speaker, has to be a strong and unambiguous statement of support, followed by decisive action in collaboration with Indigenous leaders, and unfortunately, we have seen no such meaningful commitment from this government. Often in public discourse, there is criticism of the role government plays in people's lives. Some feel government should be smaller, that it should be less intrusive. But the pandemic has made it clear that government, when it is at its best, exists to do things that people cannot do for themselves. If not for the expertise and guidance of Dr. Morrison and the Public Health Office, we may find ourselves in an entirely and far more devastating situation than we do today. Mr. Speaker, we've seen clear, decisive action on the pandemic from this government. So why is there an absence of that same decisive, clear action from the Premier on so many other critical issues? We've been so fortunate to live relatively COVID-free for the last year. And I'm confident that if we continue to follow public health guidelines and Dr. Morrison's steady advice, we will very soon get back on track. But all the same, we cannot simply ignore the wicked problems that we're talking about this time last year, the same ones that I've raised today. In this House, let us not be afraid to talk about big things. Let us open our minds to the limitless possibilities that are available to us as individuals, and also collectively as a distinct and self-governing community called Prince Edward Island. We should not feel compelled to follow conventional pathways if we can so clearly see that those roads lead us to an unappealing destination. For many decades now, the chosen path for virtually all politicians and jurisdictions has created a system that is concentrating wealth and power in fewer and fewer hands. It is crushing hope for far too many young people, all the while destroying our home planet Earth. We can do better than that. Our children demand that we do better than that. Striking out on a road less traveled can be a scary prospect for some. But a new path, while it may be hard to build, is the only sure way that we can get to a new and different destination. The destination that I want to see Prince Edward Island stride purposefully towards is a place where we value above all else our relationships to each other, the maintenance of our land, our water, and our air, and the strength of our communities. Those aspirations must be the guiding star that must light our way. As others scramble towards different, destructive, and hollow goals of competing with each other to grab the biggest piece of an ever-shrinking pie, let us choose the politics of belonging, of shared prosperity, and a recognition of our connectedness to each other and to this beautiful island. There are a number of things that I think make Prince Edward Island the right place at the right time to be a leader in this politics of belonging. As an island, we know about our limits. Our boundaries are so very clearly defined. We have a history of strong community, a connection to the land and the sea. There is an intimacy to island politics. We have the ability, more than almost any other place of our size, to be self-sufficient. Our character is shaped by frugality and hard work. We mostly aspire to modest levels of materialism. We have the gift of jurisdiction. We are not so big that government feels distant and unresponsive, yet we are not so small that we are unable to tackle the big issues we face. let us tackle those issues with sharp and open minds and a generosity of spirit worthy of the people we serve and of this special island that we call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I have the podium, please? Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have really mixed feelings about the speech from the throne. There are some major issues in my district, and I'm just not hearing the solutions we need addressed in them. Housing is still a huge problem in Summerside. The speech says the vacancy rate is up to 3%, but it isn't in Summerside. It's still at 1.5% in Summerside. This lack of access to affordable and appropriate housing comes up all the time for me. And in fact, even in the Charlottetown area, where the vacancy rate is somewhat improved, that's largely credited to the short-term rentals being returned to the housing market due to a depressed tourist season on PEI, and that's acknowledged in the speech. And then, in essentially the next breath, the speech talks about the desire to reestablish the Atlantic bubble, which of course we need, but without any plan to protect the small gains that we've made in the long-term housing market. Is it finally time for a discussion on regulating short-term rentals on Prince Edward Island? How else does this government intend to keep the minute gains that were made in Charlottetown? What is the plan to significantly increase the vacancy rate in Summerside? This speech, which is supposed to chart a new course forward, is surprisingly thin on these sorts of things, given that we're in a housing crisis. There are quite a number of issues in my district that I see no mention of in this speech, Mr. Speaker. We have an outdated tenancy piece of legislation, and that's profoundly impacting people. We've been hearing that this was going to be moving forward for ages now, and yet we still don't have any changes. My district is in desperate need of a women's shelter. Every organization I speak to in my district talks about the vulnerability that women are facing. And still, I don't see any mention of this in the speech. Government did not express their support for a moderate livelihood fishery, which I find incredibly disappointing given everything that's been said on reconciliation and our commitment to having appropriate and respectful relations with Indigenous people in this province. Falling short on that, I'm so glad the minister thinks that's funny, but it's incredibly important that we do better for the Indigenous people in this province. They have a right, and this province, this government should be very happy to stand up and express their solidarity with the Indigenous people. There are a number of issues. There are a number of things that are addressed in this speech that I'm actually excited about. Electric car rebates, the Energy Academy, investments in clean tech, these are all things that I'm really glad to see included. Obviously, I'm interested in the details. Fostering a vibrant clean tech sector should definitely be a goal of this province. It's an opportunity to create good-paying jobs that support a transition to a low-carbon economy. And I hope that government is thinking of linking this to the circular economy. There's a huge economic opportunity here. The circular economy is gaining traction in Nova Scotia, in other parts of Canada, and it's not an entirely new concept on PEI either. Standard Aero in Summerside is a really great example of a business that makes its living by keeping materials in circulation rather than sending them to a landfill, by using designs that allow them to repair and replace only parts that are worn out. If this government isn't looking at the circular economy yet, they should be, because it's a real opportunity. So those are good things. I'll be interested to see how you intend to move forward with them. The throne speech mentions sustainability a lot. It's flowery language, and I wish the reality up until this point had been nearly as flowery. So far, we've had another government who treats the environment file as if it were some sort of parallel finance department that only exists to provide resources to other departments, but without the oversight of a finance minister to say, no, you can't take any more, you're asking for too much, and we won't have it when we need it. I wish we had ever had an environment minister who was prepared to do that. When the Dunk River was below its safe levels, I would love to see an environment minister who was prepared to say no. Instead, we end up with environment ministers who defend the needs of other departments as a half-hearted apology for never actually acting as the minister responsible for the environment. Everything has a balance, but using resources, Mr. Speaker, needs balance. And if no one is ever arguing the side of the environment, how do you ever find that balance? The answer is, you don't, we haven't, and that parallel finance department is showing the signs of being overdrawn in depleted soils, waters polluted with nitrites, and all kinds of other ways. And of course it is. What would happen to our finances if the finance minister rarely felt the need to say no? No other department would suffer this same neglect, plain and simple. Can you imagine the absurdity if the minister responsible for the status of women answered questions about women's needs by saying, well, we have to consider the needs of men first? Of course we need to consider the needs of men, but a minister is the champion of their own file, and it must be their priority. Your environment department, whatever you want to call it, needs a minister who believes their job is improving and protecting the environment, and that they will champion these causes at the caucus table. Like a finance minister, you can do the math on this to see how well you're doing at balancing the budget, so to speak. So far, it hasn't been great. From that lens, have we ever had an environment minister? There are nods to the environment that I'm happy to hear in this speech. But for me, the problem is I've heard a lot of positive things for this file before. Expanding buffer zones through buying back land and reforesting it is a really good idea. Depending on the size of this investment, it could move us a lot closer to our protected land targets. As those trees mature, they can offer shade for the rivers, which is valuable as our summers continue to get warmer. If this is pursued aggressively, it could be significant, and I'm interested in hearing the details on it. The commitment to reaching 7% protected land is here. There's a promise to work toward 10% protected land. The Special Committee on Climate Change called for a more ambitious target on land protection, and this does sound good. I honestly hope it ends up being good. I'd like to know the new target date for 7%. Because, Mr. Speaker, government also said they would reach that same goal by 2020. And despite how the last minister tried to frame it, that was a fail. You'll have to forgive me for being skeptical, because that 7% goal was originally trotted out by the Environment Department in the 90s. This goal was originally intended to be reached in the year 2000. We are 21 years late. That's not awesome, Minister. Because one minister after another has been prepared to stand up in this House and read out talking points and say it was a priority, but was never prepared to fight to put any amount of money behind it. The province has climate targets that are aggressive. And if we achieve those targets, government could say they are climate leaders. If government even was making decent progress towards that, then fine. But calling ourselves climate leaders does not make us climate leaders. This is one area where good branding or messaging is just woefully inadequate. You can't message yourself out of this. Based on what government is communicating, it's clear they don't even understand this file. The list of initiatives credited with lowering our emissions are largely not even things that count towards PEI's greenhouse gas inventory. The speech says how emissions have declined by 27.5% since 2005 because of our great actions. That sounds amazing. Since the year before, it was down by only 10%. A 17.5% drop in a year would be astounding and would certainly be a sign of leadership. But you can hold off on bragging on that because you didn't actually do anything. Here's the thing. The difference here is that the federal government reevaluated how they assign emissions. This chunk didn't belong to us in the first place, but it never did. So we didn't actually do anything to cause it. This isn't a result of our actions, and unless we luck out again and have emissions assigned away from us in the future, the minister will need an actual plan on how to have another drop like this. Not so funny now. In fact, we've since learned that the Climate Change Secretariat actually has no idea how much any action reduces emissions by. They have never calculated this. They never felt the need to. How do you ever make a plan to meet a target if you have no idea what the effect of any of your actions are? The department waits for the federal government to collect information from Statistics Canada every year, crosses their fingers, and hopes things look good when the numbers come back. They're not running scenarios themselves. This is not a plan. I know the number 18 months has been thrown around a lot lately, Mr. Speaker, but the Special Committee on Climate Change waited an actual 18 months, despite the fact that the minister was on that committee, while the Secretariat put off providing us with data. And in all that time, no one ever bothered to tell us they don't even collect that data. Climate leaders. The department is banking on no one giving it too much scrutiny. In 2019, their progress report told us that their new target was expected to leave a gap of 360 kilotons. Now, how they knew that, since we've since learned they do not track the impacts of specific actions, I won't try to guess. But what I can tell you is my bill only changed the target by 200 kilotons, not 360, so they weren't planning to meet their old target in the first place. Climate action is not subjective. This isn't a moment where some experts think you're doing good and some experts think you're not doing good. There are measurables, and we can look to them to know how effective we are being. No one is measuring them. It is no wonder 2 climate change ministers ago, we were told the department said meeting new targets would be too expensive. They had no idea what the impacts of any action was. No one in this House wants government to succeed on climate action more than I do. If you are serious about meeting these goals, you've got a huge problem. We have listened to presentations of fluffy numbers instead of facts. We've had the Secretariat make a presentation to suggest that for every ton of carbon the province manages to avoid, we earn $2,600. If you think I'm exaggerating, check Hansard. The phrase, "it's like picking money up off the floor," was actually used. Climate action isn't free, and I don't expect it to be. It is worth investing in, but because we have a lot of work to do, we need to know we're getting the best bang for our buck. It's pretty clear the department did not expect much scrutiny on this. Imagine a health department reporting back to a standing committee that nothing they ever did costs money, and in fact, earned thousands of dollars. No other department would suffer this same sort of neglect, and no other department's minister would stand for it, plain and simple. More than a year after it became clear that we were not going to let up on needing data, we had the Climate Change Secretariat hire someone to start this process. So they've hired a consultant to start calculating it. I expect they have some real numbers now, but they didn't. I don't see much in this speech that I expect is going to lower emissions. One exception is the electric vehicle incentive. An average vehicle on PEI would burn, I'm going to say, 3.5 tons of carbon in a year. If you have a take-up on 100 rebates, you'll avoid 3,500 tons in 10 years. If it's 200 rebates, it's 7,000 tons in 10 years. Whatever. Depends on what you announce. We can do the math on that. That's great. It's measurable. You can reasonably plan on what sort of impact you're going to have from that. Cool. So you need to get rid of 1,600,000 tons to reach your 2040 goal. Do you feel like you're on track? You can't do that without a plan. And you can't do that without knowing how many emissions you can cut out by a given action. Instead of telling islanders you're a leader, show them. Say we're going to get rid of 100,000 tons this year. And if your department knew how much carbon different things gave off, they could present your minister with options, and the new minister could make a plan. Your last 2 ministers didn't even ask them to calculate this. Climate leaders. Talking points are not going to cut it. You absolutely have to do better. And here's the thing, you can. We know how many emissions we need to cut. We know how much time we have to do it in. Are we achieving our goals? How are our emissions in transportation, our biggest emission source, gone down? No. Have the emissions in agriculture, our second biggest source, gone down? No. Are we working to draw down the huge amounts of carbon that our soils are capable of holding? No, not that I'm seeing. But we have to, and I should tell you, the Secretariat doesn't currently know how much an acre of PEI soil can draw down with these practices, but in some parts of the US, that's measured at 2 tons an acre. In other parts of the US, it's measured at 4 tons per acre. We have nearly 6,000 acres of farmland in PEI. If I was the minister responsible for climate change, I'd be looking at that. Because here's your quick win. You can pay farmers for this work. They are willing to do it. You can give them a second source of income. You can treat them like our partners in this work, because they absolutely should be. And you can improve their soil and their bottom line while you do it. There are options, but we do not have a minister. We have not had a minister up until this point who was passionate about trying to solve this problem. It is genuinely my hope that the new minister is going to take on this task, because it's doable. We have a problem. I see absolutely no indication in this speech that this government is prepared to solve it. Here's your wild card. If your new minister approaches this challenge with the same tenacity with which he's approached paving, you'll be able to see a big drop in your emissions that you can actually take credit for. Right now, you haven't done that. Your speech talks about how this is an evolution, not a revolution. I'm not sure this government realizes how slow evolution is, but that's a pretty uninspiring analogy. What we need is a lot closer to a revolution than it is an evolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to start out by saying how difficult it was for me to pull my thoughts together on this throne speech. I feared it would appear tone deaf given what's going on in the province right now. It had a lot of initial thoughts jotted down in point form in front of me on the computer screen, and I had all sorts of things to say on each point. Then the weekend happened and our COVID numbers started to grow, and there was so much uncertainty. I would find myself starting a task and then drifting back to scrolling through social media. It is a scary, high anxiety time. We are all human, and when our bodies spend this much time in a fight or flight response, it is hard to focus. It is energy sucking and not very productive. And I know I'm not alone in this, as I have spoken to so many people who are feeling the same way. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that. And as has been said before, we're all in this together. We're all in the same storm, but we are in very different boats. While this pandemic did not reveal anything new, as we have said before, it has certainly highlighted on an exponential level the realities that many islanders have been facing for quite some time at deteriorating levels. It is as I considered this that I realized, regardless of what is happening in this province, we have some huge systemic level wicked problems that do not simply go away because there is a worldwide pandemic. And so here I stand. We have so many problems that have been continually kicked down the road by governments to the point that they have grown into wicked problems. An affordable housing crisis, poverty, food insecurity, mental health crisis, childcare issues, livable wage issues, outdated education system, lack of job security with no opportunity, the importance of life skills in our economy, truly understanding and practicing what it means to support women in roles traditionally held by men, just to name a few. We must consider everything contributing to these wicked problems. Without understanding how much, all these things contribute to our economy. If we continue down this path, at some point the economy will only serve a select few because most of the others will be completely left behind. As we sit here in this room, the black mold continues to grow around the leak on the ceiling that has been there since a young single mom and her children moved into their place 3 years ago. But they hear rumors of renoviction, and so they keep their mouths shut. There's a couple who's living in a hotel because they had to vacate their home at the last moment. How long will they be there? 1 night, 2 weeks, a year? Who knows? But they stay there because there's no other place to go. A place they can afford, never mind if it's clean, safe, healthy, accessible. I mean, I may eat my words, and I hope I do when it comes to the budget. I really hope I do. I'll be the first one to jump up and pat our government on the back if we see them taking tangible steps towards this housing crisis. We have not seen it yet, and I'm not going to hold my breath. Throughout this last year, there have been many conversations, literally that ended with me on the phone or in person with someone saying, "I'm sorry, I've done all that I can for you. And I want you to know that I see you falling through the cracks. I'm standing on the edge of that crack, waving goodbye to you as I mouth, I'm sorry." And I also follow that up by telling them to please know that I am going to do everything I can and work the hardest I can to make these systemic level changes, or as the Premier called them in the throne speech, cultural changes. I will work towards getting to the root of the problems so that families and individuals who come after you will not have the same experience. I would really love to stand here and support our government because that would mean that things were getting better for Islanders. But this government does not instill a whole lot of faith in me that they know the hows in all of this. I get nervous when we talk about new programs being added when we do not have a handle on programs that were announced. For example, the First 1,000 Days initiative. It was in the government's platform and has been referred to a number of times in this House, but here I sit without any idea what that actually means and what it means to parents, babies, and toddlers in their first 1,000 days. Midwifery, an initiative that I was so excited to hear that the government was prioritizing, has had 2 start dates pass by. And the third option, just this summer, I was assured by the Minister of Justice and Public Safety that this incredibly important option for women who had been sexually assaulted was almost ready to go. He even said he was excited. Not only have none of these initiatives hit the ground, but they have not even been mentioned in the throne speech. You say you understand that women have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic and that you want to help, yet here are 3 examples of programs that are crucial. That are crucial in supporting women, and you continually kick them down the road, even though you already announced them. Island women are waiting for these services. Pregnant women wanting some say in their birthing plan, the young mother who wants the best for her tiny baby, the women who have just been raped and are too broken to even consider the difficult and traumatizing road of the justice system. These women can't afford to wait. They deserve a government who cares enough about them and their children to not wait any longer. There were a few mentions of school counselors and autism consultants, and while it is great that government seems to have heeded my calls in this, autism consultants is not what we need feet on the ground. And autism consultants, while their support is invaluable, we need people working with our educators in the education system so that these children are supported on the level that they need to. Speaking of people who can't wait for our government to finally take some action, children living with autism. Every year, a child with autism who doesn't receive the appropriate supports that they need can regress socially and academically. This is not unique to children with autism. Children across the education system are falling through the cracks. Our systems, our teachers do not have the supports they need to help individual children who need an extra hand. And every year that a child doesn't get that extra help, they fall further and further behind. This leads to young adults graduating with low literacy skills and lifelong challenges. And yet in the throne speech, I was given the information that that there were initial talks on a new literacy strategy. Hasn't been updated in 24 years. No mention of that here, and I hope it's in the budget. We can no longer wait. We can no longer accept flowery stories from this government of amazing innovative programs that never seem to come. I'm being a bit harsh here. There has been at least one notable initiative that has been implemented in our schools over the last couple of years that I'm thrilled to hear about. The government has taken our advice on establishing a nonprofit for school food, which is the best direction that the official opposition believed we could take as a province. Thank you for that. Reducing food insecurity is not enough. In a small province that sees 1 in 5 children living in food insecurity, we should be using language of food insecurity eradication. We cannot afford to put the cart before the horse, something this government has done time and time again, announcing programs and services before they're ready. The creation of 300 spaces in 2021 is a big promise that I do not believe is a fair promise to make. That is roughly 65 new workers, and we cannot find them now. Nor is it fair to ask them, or anyone for that matter, to work for nothing, which is what they currently work for. And I hope we do see them reach parity with the educational assistants in the school system, because it's what they deserve. We say time and time again we value them. We need to consider the crucial importance of early intervention and prevention work of special needs assistants and intensive behavioral intervention and specialists. And we need to understand the unique challenges of rural childcare in not only recruitment but retention. And this involves island-wide public transit, supports in the community, language testing barriers, etc. In order to build capacity, we have some big issues to figure out. Otherwise, this will flop. I have a hard time, I feel bad saying this, but I have a really hard time celebrating our national success in our early years sector. While it's truly phenomenal and we have dedicated and passionate professionals, obviously they can't even make a livable wage, we don't value them. We say time and time again that children are so important, yet we do not care to expand our budget lines to reflect that. It was mentioned in the throne speech that the efforts at improving early childcare in our universal pre-K program will provide a seamless introduction to our children's educational journey. What do you mean by this? Do you mean that we have looked at their health and their adverse life experiences that they have had to date? That we have provided the necessary supports and interventions to ensure we are nailing early intervention and prevention to ensure the absolute best chance at success for each individual student? Or are you talking about getting children ready for school? Because if it is the latter, you do not understand how children develop, and you really should get a handle on that before we go any further. Meaning cultural change was a part of the last throne speech, and there was a very loud voice for youth throughout that throne speech. And looking back, my honourable colleague already mentioned one of the quotes that he found, and I'll mention the next on our youth. Younger generations are extolling us to take climate change more seriously than we have been. They have become our teachers, and we must listen to their voices. Yet they are missing from every table. It's glaringly absent in this throne speech. Earlier today, the Premier stated that he wasn't sure when he last met with his youth council. A Premier who truly believed what he said in his last throne speech would be meeting regularly with the youth council that are supposed to be advising him. I have little confidence that this government understands what it means and how to implement the meaningful cultural changes mentioned throughout this speech. This would have been a clear place to stand up for youth and extend them the vote. The ultimate way to have a voice at a decision-making table. Yet, we mention wanting them to start businesses. I guess that does make sure being a business owner seems to be an effective way of getting this government's attention. Teachers are thanked in the beginning of this speech and then nothing. There has been no engagement at all with them, and when they do speak up, government officials get upset. It is time we listen to the experiences of teachers and engage them in the process. There are a lot of big changes that need to happen as we consider all the major cultural changes you speak of that we will be making as a province. They have the most direct connection to our future, and they do not get the respect that they deserve. Money is rarely the solution to the problems in education systems. It is efficiency. I would really love to hear this government's vision for education. Talk about a problem I've heard from their UPEI and Holland College and how they have to prepare and how they've changed their courses due to the unpreparedness of our high school graduates. We are doing something very wrong, and we can make it right again. That's the exciting part. I'm just not so sure we have the leadership.
Glad you can get education.
Years ago, and there's, as I mentioned, no mention of a literacy strategy. The PEI Literacy Alliance is not only a community organization. All of our community organizations that have been mentioned in the throne speech were very surprised to hear that government wanted their support, because none of them had been asked. They're thrilled, they want to step up. They assume they're going to see funding backed by that, and as they should. I don't even want to think where we would be without the contributions and the expertise of our community organizations and the support, the incredible support. We need to support these organizations and consult them. They are the experts. We must commit to reconciliation and work towards it at all times. We must apply a race and gender lens on all of our work. We must also include a child's lens, a child rights impact assessment on all of our work. The one initiative that the throne speech did mention, with all due respect, may not be an appropriate initiative to address racism. I encourage this Premier to consult with the organizations that represent our Indigenous peoples and BIPOC communities. I am hopeful that we will see more tangible and systemic initiatives in the upcoming budget. I keep seeing that we are working towards finding solutions for islanders living in abusive situations. While government provides some funding to community organizations doing great work, but there are some very clear actions missing from this throne speech that government could take on their own. Livable income, access to emergency funds, island-wide transit, and affordable, accessible housing are actions government could take if they truly prioritize gender-based violence and family violence. 1 in 5 children being abused is a culture change that will never work itself out on its own. We need to step up. In order for us to ensure a healthy and bright post-COVID economy and island, we must not only understand and value early intervention and prevention, we need to put the money in the budgets to reflect it. We must understand the value of putting all this money up front. It will save us exponentially in time at the other end. This is another cultural level change the Premier speaks of, and it is something that deserves to be gotten to the root of in our province. This document is, in the Premier's words, evolutionary, not revolutionary. Our children and youth are revolutionary, and they deserve to be asked, heard, reflected, respected, loved, and valued. While a throne speech is not full of all of the details and all of the plans, I look forward to hearing more and seeing some of these reflected in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have the podium, please? I am, of course, so pleased that after almost 2 years of resistance and little action, that this government has finally accepted the net zero agenda, and that our caucus has promoted at every sitting since the last election. Changing your mind, even for good reason, is difficult for politicians, so I really respect when politicians do that. In this case, for really good reasons, as net zero and climate change are fundamentally non-partisan issues. I have observed the Honourable Premier is sensitive to giving and getting proper credits, so please let me assure him, I hope you hear this since he's not here, that I give full credit to this government for adopting hook, line and sinker our entire net zero agenda. For this government to up the ante by declaring goals that are 10 or 20 years ahead of other jurisdictions is commendable as well. After all, it's well established in the scientific community that there is very much an urgency to actually implement the measures needed, not in the future decades, but right now in deliberate and immediate actions. I would also like to congratulate the new Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action with his new position. Too bad he's not here either, but I hope he's listening. This new position ensures the coordination efforts of the three key areas, and it's absolutely what is needed for effective and speedy progress in this portfolio.
Honourable member?
Yeah.
When there's members absent from the House, we don't recognize them.
My sincere apology. However, progressive goals are not enough. Far too often, governments and politicians declare goals that are never implemented. For instance, our federal government, as well as most other countries, have been quick to set aggressive goals at the Paris conference, but so far, these goals have not only not been reached, but Canada and most other countries have totally failed to change the steep upwards curve of CO2 emissions. In the past 2 years, this government has equally failed to improve this unsuccessful policy. In fact, they have made it worse by subsidizing gas consumptions by millions of dollars a year to spare islanders the effect of a modest carbon tax. Not only is this wasting government taxes, but it just postpones the necessary changes that we all have to take to combat climate change. Is the government's motto, no change now for more pain later? My own knowledge in the net zero area is buildings, and I'm of course incredibly excited that my very first action in the House, the Net Zero Now motion, has finally resulted in this government adopting my agenda and more. It is gratifying to know that the planning for the first net zero school has begun, and that the government now requires all their new buildings to be net zero instead of just the one school that they originally adopted. To reach net zero carbon emissions in just 20 years is a massive undertaking, and government buildings are only a small part of the problem. We need all new buildings, as well as all existing buildings, to meet the new standards, and this will require several billions in new spending, translating to between 100 and 200 million additional construction every year. The good news is that these investments can be paid for by the associated savings in energy. Power and heating oil bills will become zero. Our local economy will be significantly boosted by this activity. But the challenges in meeting the goals are many. The billions to be spent are obviously beyond the usual grant programs. Financing systems involving both private and government sources have to be designed so that net zero buildings are affordable. I have already suggested solutions for this, such as using the credit capability of a Crown Corporation or collecting the net zero payoffs through the existing property tax system. Sadly, the government is not listening and is still planning to finance its flagship net zero project, the new school in Sherwood, out of ordinary capital budget. This may be fine for one building, but clearly does not work for the billions of dollars needed. Finding the required labor is another key issue and difficulty. Education has to be provided so that our labor force can handle the additional workload and special skills required for construction and renovating buildings to the new standards. The proposed Energy Academy and Eco-Innovation Park is a great step in that direction, and Harlan College and the UPI Center for Climate Change will be great partners, but would the UPI School of Sustainable Engineering and the Construction Association not be suitable partners as well? We need all the partners we can get. My concern is also how soon we'll have graduates if we have to construct a new campus first. Would it not be possible to start education next fall? After all, Harlan College is famous for creating new course material in record time. Codes have to be amended to meet the new requirements, and while the National Building Code is designed to meet net zero standard in 2030, we obviously need to advance faster on PEI to meet the government's aggressive schedule. This should, of course, involve consultation with all the partners in the industry. There are literally hundreds of details to be worked out. For instance, new oil burners are still being installed in both new and old buildings, and incredibly, they're still being subsidized by efficiency PEI. New windows are typically only double glazed where they should be triple glazed. The sooner details like that are taken care of, the less expensive changes will be in the future. To give a specific example, take windows. Windows can be upgraded to triple glazing for modest $10 per square foot if the upgrade is made before the window is installed. To change an installed double glazed window later to triple glazing will likely cost $100 per square foot, or 10 times as much. So speed of change is of essence, especially in the construction industry, whereas electric cars may or may not be less expensive in the near future. The opposite is true for construction and renovation. I walk Upper Prince Street frequently, and last summer I watched 2 century-old apartment buildings receive completely new siding and windows. Neither one had extra insulation added, nor triple glazed windows. This would have been the perfect opportunity to add those items at a modest cost. To add those same features later could cost 10 times as much. This is why we somehow have to change to net zero almost immediately, or it will cost us way, way more later. Some of the 2,000 new clean tech jobs promised will likely be in the building sector, where they're badly needed. They are already missing hundreds of workers. But the existing workforce in the construction industry will have to be updated fast. While installing triple glazed windows is no different than installing double glazed windows, many other details are different. So demonstration projects are essential. This should start immediately, and there are plenty of poorly maintained apartment buildings that badly need work. So let us start. Let us get going. The required improvements to existing apartment buildings is a touchy subject. Often the most work and investment is needed in low-rent buildings serving low-income tenants. Upgrades to these buildings must be made in a way so it does not make the tenants worse off. If government funds are involved, especially tenants, not landlords, should be the ones benefiting from the government funds. Net zero standards are the standards of the future. They will become standard features of construction, as are smoke alarms and proper exits right now. Think of seatbelts and airbags in cars. Their presence in cars is hardly the reason why you buy a car, this car or that car. You just take them for granted. I hope the same will be true of net zero features. Net zero just makes sense in our climate. However, if our island is spending billions of dollars to meet net zero standards, we might well expand our scope a little further and do better in the process. 45 years ago, PEI was famous all over the world for its ARC project, and for a time, the ARC was the second most visited site on PEI, second only to the Anne of Green Gables house. But net zero alone is not going to bring fame or visitors to PEI. The net zero features need to be incorporated into innovative housing projects that we might well name net zero villages. Such villages can either be urban or rural and should be high density, preserving precious land. Almost all systems, be it solar collectors or energy efficiency, works much better on a collective scale. But the real bonus of such a dense development is the potential for social interaction without the need for a car. Kids and adults alike can freely walk or bike to communal facilities such as daycare workshops, common dining room, teen rooms, etc. This government had a footnote in the last budget discussions about a competition. We badly need such a competition, and we need it to start right now to get good thoughts about taking net zero further into housing where it belongs. And of course, such developments should not be apartments run by a landlord, be the landlord private or government. We need to increase the housing units that are controlled by the residents using housing cooperative or co-housing as models. I have spent a considerable part of my past career designing co-op housing, a very popular housing option promoted by federal funding about 30 years ago. Such housing avoids the usual landlord-tenant issues by being neither one. In co-op housing, the residents control the building, and real affordable housing is the result. I lived in one such 6-unit project for over 25 years, and it was better for my family than regular apartments or single-family housing would have been in many, many ways. In the throne speech, the past institution of the Institute of Man and Resources was mentioned. I came to PEI myself in 1974 to design and build the ARC project, which was later taken over by the Institute of Man and Resources, or IMR. The founder of IMR was Andy Wells, the secretary to Premier Alex Campbell, and Andy was absolutely essential to bring the ARC, the world's first net zero food and net zero energy building, to PEI. But the ARC was just one of many projects developed at the time. The Wind Institute was created, starting our island's famed windmill projects. The Charlottetown district heating system was built, including the waste energy plant. The whole island forestry industry was renewed with better species and wood chip production to clear poor quality growth, and wood chip burners were installed in many major buildings. Canada's first energy audit program was developed and piloted here, and all kinds of people came here to visit, to work or to settle on this remarkable island, at the time clearly leading the way in the world. Note that this was all based on action. Promises are not enough. If the government wants to be on the map in the world, they have to act. And you have already been governing for almost 2 years. One of those settlers was, of course, myself, and for a few years I was associated with the ARC. I mention this because the government claims to be a leader in net zero, but I can say from experience that promises are not enough to become known as a leader. Actual and decisive action is required to become a leader, and then the fame will follow. It does not actually take that long to make a project that makes the world take notice. The ARC took 2 years from concept to the opening by Pierre Trudeau. The windmill test site and the district heating system took maybe 5. The continued expansion of the windmill system with cheaper, bigger and more effective windmills is an ongoing process, but I would imagine it would take up to 5 years to plan and install a major windmill park, even if you don't get community resistance as we're getting right now. So let us get going. Let's see some action. some real action. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
List to speak. The honourable member from Mallory-Inverness, third-party witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to take the opportunity to raise a few points regarding the, I might get the podium when it's clean there, but I can start, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've got the ability to go on here for a little bit. So I did take the opportunity to look at this particular document, and I must say it's rather thin. I understand throne speeches. I've been in this legislature for some time, and I went through a lot of them, and some are certainly much more wordier, and it doesn't have to be a whole lot of words to mean a lot, Mr. Speaker, but I am saying that this one is a 22-page, little bit of a snoozer. It doesn't give a lot of information sometimes on much of the details, but I also understand that throne speeches, by their very nature, sometimes can be a little bit vague, and that sometimes can be a factor in letting the debate continue, and that's why we all have the opportunity to speak to the throne speech and to ask some questions when it comes to in our speeches, and as we talk to the message delivered by our Lieutenant Governor. And I did notice that it was, like I say, a rather short speech. I timed it around 45 minutes, I believe, and that inherently would probably be short and comparable to many speeches that were delivered. And this one, too, not only 45 minutes, but there certainly was an exceptional amount of French in it, too, which is good. Good to see that we're a bilingual legislature here. And our mover, it was good to see the member from Charlottetown, Winslow, have his opportunity to cut his teeth as the first speech. I remember my first time in the legislature, I was asked to move the throne speech. And it is quite an honor to have that ability to put together a message and try to respond to the throne speech. I will advise the honourable member, it is a good opportunity to speak to your riding and display some of the things you know about your riding. So, you know, just as a piece of advice, take that opportunity. You don't always get that opportunity to move a throne speech. It is an honor. I thought you did a good job. But if you want to expand a little more on your riding, I'm always interested in hearing the good things that are going on in Charlottetown, Winslow. Mr. Speaker, as I read through the document, and I've made this statement in the House a number of times, and it's just because you say it doesn't make it so. And I think that's a message that sort of screams out at me when I go through this particular document. There's certainly lots of comments that happen. I've seen throne speeches when I was in government and delivered, and I didn't see much of it ever happen. It was sort of a fictional concept. So it's the same thing here with the throne speech, and it's up to us as the legislators, especially on this side of the legislature, to try to pressure government to make it so, to make sure that we're asking the questions, putting the pressure points on. Because Islanders, under the circumstances that we're in here today, with pandemics, they don't have that ability to come down to the legislature. We're sitting in colder times, weather becomes issues. They don't have the chance to come down here and maybe display their questions and views on issues within the throne speech. And I had the opportunity to communicate some with my constituents. And I've made some statements. Did you know that was in the throne speech? No, didn't know that was in the throne speech. What's that mean, Rob? What's that particular meaning? Well, I said, I'm not here to be alarmist by any means. It's my responsibility to identify issues in the throne speech that might give us cause for concern, like maybe some of the things in the throne speech around the agricultural sector. So, I'm just sorry to say, keep aware of it. Just be, understand what's been said, and words do matter. And, it's up to us to make sure we get the clarification of that. And I will do my part when I respond to the throne speech to bring that to highlight this to government, and hopefully government will commence putting more information on it. I've always sort of said that words do matter. We have to always be careful on how we say things in the legislature. You, Mr. Speaker, do a great job of trying to enforce the rules here within the legislature. And words matter, so we have to be very careful in how we state them, either verbally or as we do in written form. And it's up to me to make sure that we can find out and take these words and try to clarify them a bit, create the questions that might be instilled from that, and hopefully get the answers that we can get here. Now, sometimes I've said in the legislature, answers are as rare as finding the dodo bird in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. It's a very elusive species sometimes, and it's sometimes hard to get that. But I wanted to take the opportunity to kind of go through the throne speech a little bit. I don't have somebody writing notes for me and send them down here. I'm just kind of taking some notes that I've heard some of the members say thus far, and jot a few notes down here in the throne speech. So you know, I've had the opportunity to be a Minister of Health in this province. It's an opportunity that sometimes has a lot of futility in it. It's a difficult task. I certainly commend the new minister. And in the throne speech, we've got a statement that says a sustainable, inclusive, and innovative healthcare system. And by the words, as generally are stated, I would have had the same goals as a minister by my 2 years that I was in the seat. And I think some of the wording in here are some things that I've seen in the past, Mr. Speaker. I can almost advise the minister that some of these things will not work. Some of these things will be big challenges. You may be able to make them work if you put enough money into them, if you can get the healthcare professionals to deliver some of these services. And I think it's always important, you know, I had the same goals, I think it says, from the perspective of patients, accessing the system for certain services seen as complex and time-consuming. That has been that way for some time, Mr. Speaker. I think we all have to try to minimize that. I think we have the ability of technology to help speed things up, but that also creates another whole sense of complexity in trying to deliver that health care. I always said health care, you know, it's something that can be solved if you have enough money and you have the technology to deliver it and the healthcare professionals to operate that technology and put it through. But it is a massive complex system. There's thousands of people that go through the system on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's something that you can't oversimplify it. It's easy to say it. It's easy to say it. Doesn't make it so that it's a simple system. You have a facility in your riding, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to tour that facility with you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the government member says, oh, we're so collaborative, we consult the, well, we've been doing that before. We're all colleagues in the legislature. It's a common courtesy to inform, you know, a member that you might be up in their riding as a minister. And I've always appreciated when this government offers that to me, and I've always tried to pass on that same virtue to other members of this House. And but, you know, there was one comment that was made in this throne speech that does give me some cause for concern. And once again, wording matters, but maybe I'm an alarmist, maybe I'm interpreting it differently. But it says, from the perspective of practitioners, too many resources appear to be spent on acute care and illness treatment rather than wellness and illness prevention. Now, what's that actually mean, Mr. Speaker? Is this code for cuts? Is it code that we were throwing the towel in, we can't deliver the service? You know, that's something that gives me pause for concern as a former Minister of Health. I've always felt, when I had my opportunity to be in the seat of as Minister of Health, the problem you always run into with trying to do the preventative side of the coin is that you're consumed with the immediate. The issues of healthcare are immediate to people. If they need acute care, if they're sick, they have issues, they need that service immediately. And if you don't have the resources or the monies within the budget to do that, then you can't say, well, we're just going to hold off. We're not going to be able to do that surgery. We're going to let the wait times increase and things like that. But we're going to put more preventative measures in place for down the road. And, you know, 10, 15 years' time, we'll not need that. I have never seen that in my entire lifetime, Mr. Speaker. We always need a lot of acute care services. You know, there's always ways that I think that we can specialize. I know when I was Minister of Health in my riding of O'Leary, we have the hospital in O'Leary, and we put together a really nice complex there, which sort of shares a little bit in the view of maybe what the Premier is talking about here, and the Minister of Health around medical homes is a little different term than what we would use. But we have, you know, the health centre in O'Leary, which is kind of a centre where people go to access their family practitioner, their nurse practitioners, there's mental health services, a whole suite of services there, Mr. Speaker. I've also got the acute care section, Mr. Speaker. Acute care section with 12 acute care beds. We have RNs and we have LPNs and all the delivery of services for people who are ill and need a service right away. They have no place to go. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people that are awaiting long-term care in those acute care beds, Mr. Speaker. But the concept was to really focus on specialties for each of those acute care beds, Mr. Speaker. In O'Leary's case, we tried to focus on palliative care, restorative care, and convalescent care. We knew in O'Leary that we couldn't deliver, surgeries and emergency type services. It's not. You can't water those services down all across the island. But I think it's important that we specialize. We also added a long-term care wing onto that. I think there's about 48 beds in the long-term care section, Mr. Speaker. So that's all under one roof, Mr. Speaker. And all those services are integrated. You have the doctors looking after some of the people in long-term care. They do their rounds at the acute care section. And that system seemed to be working pretty good. And not only did it work pretty good, but it also had the opportunity to employ a lot of people, Mr. Speaker. I remember when we made those changes, as difficult as they were, and as the criticism that I'd received as an MLA at the time, I think there was about 80-some people working at that facility. Today, there's about 140, 150 people working there, Mr. Speaker. So it's been a major employer. It's providing a service, but it's specialized in certain levels of service. And that sort of professional collaboration seemed to work pretty good. And Alberton does its certain things, Prince County Hospital does its certain thing, and that's sort of the western section of delivery of healthcare services in the region. Yes, there's times when you have to come to Charlottetown for certain services, certain cancer treatments. You might have to go to Halifax, Moncton, New Brunswick, or St. John, wherever it might be. That was the way the system worked. And it is complex, and it is difficult, and it is costly, just the way that tends to be. So I'll say it's easy to simplify it and make the statements, but when it comes to things of that nature, it's generally difficult. And if this is code for cuts, certainly in O'Leary, I'll certainly be there to defend what we've done in O'Leary, but I'll also be open-minded if the Minister of Health and the Premier have versions that maybe make sense and it works well within the integrated system, and it works in a way that O'Leary can be part of the delivery of health care, and we can do it in our home communities. That's great. Happy to support that. And I don't have any problems with trying to, change that focus of care from acute and long-term care to community-based services. We've seen issues around home care and support, Mr. Speaker. Home care and support, I would readily admit, we need to do more in that nature, but there are times that you can still only do so much, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to look after my father in his time of illness. Of course, we had to do it in the middle of a pandemic, and services were somewhat limited to what we were able to access at that time. But there was sometimes still only so much that one family can bear and do, and not every family has the ability to have the supports. For me, I'm the son. I have a sister, but she's in Ontario. She couldn't even get here. So those are some. There's a deal. Oh, we're done at 4, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get that memo, and I'm sorry for that. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful to continue my speech, but I'd like to adjourn debate on this particular motion at the time. And I'll have it seconded by the member from Cornwall Meadowbank, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Shall carry?
Carry.
Okay, move on. Motions other than government? Orders? Under motions? The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park. I thought you was going
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled the Election Age Act, and I move, seconded by Mermaid Stratford, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry? Carry. Overview member? Honourable member?
This bill is a proposal to lower the voting age to the age of 16 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bill number 100, Election Age Act, read a first time.
Honourable members, as per the Legislative Act, as this bill is associated with the Assembly, it will be committed to the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management. Understood? Motions other than government? The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed with motion number 15 in appreciation of Island youth and their contributions to keeping our community safe, not yet on the order paper without proper notice.
Honourable members, do we have unanimous consent? Honourable member, you have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have copies. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Victoria Park moves, seconded by the honourable member from Summerside Wilmot, the following motion. Whereas 2/3 of diagnosed COVID-19 cases on PEI are among islanders younger than 40 years of age, with a significant proportion of those cases impacting islanders in their 20s, and whereas island youth are acutely exposed to the health risks and harms related to COVID-19 through their employment in highly public-facing workplaces, and whereas island youth are acutely exposed to the economic risks and harms related to COVID-19 as a result of inadequate wages, inconsistent paid sick leave, precarious employment, and challenges obtaining gainful employment. And whereas island youth have taken their role in COVID-19 prevention seriously and continue to respond promptly and willingly to all calls of the Chief Public Health Office, therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly express its appreciation of island youth and recognize their ongoing extraordinary efforts to control the spread of COVID-19 and in doing so keep our community safe. Therefore be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to better support our island youth during these challenging times and thereafter.
Speaker?
Honourable member?
So I'd like to rise in a point of order, Speaker. I wasn't quite sure what happened after our bill was introduced there, but it's my understanding that in order for a piece of legislation to be referred to committee, that's a decision of the House rather than of the Speaker. I may be wrong on that, but can I ask for a ruling on that, please, Speaker?
Honourable member will take that under advisement and get back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. The honourable member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, the mover of the motion, to start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has certainly been a rocky and uncertain few days in our province since this House adjourned on Friday. I believe I speak for all members when I say that our thoughts do go out to all islanders whose lives have been disrupted by this latest outbreak of COVID-19. I first want to take a moment to recognize the hundreds of government employees from the Public Health Office, Health PEI, and many other departments. They have provided timely and robust services to islanders. These folks have continued to put in the work needed to keep us all safe throughout the pandemic, often at significant personal cost, whether in terms of increased exposure, risk, working long hours of overtime, higher stress levels, strain on their mental and physical health, or other personal sacrifices like seeing less of their families. I know all members in this House applaud this ongoing dedication to public service to islanders. It's also important to recognize islanders broadly who have overwhelmingly and positively responded to the calls from our Public Health Office. With this motion, however, I want to especially recognize young islanders who have been particularly affected by this latest round of restrictions and mass testing, and as well during last fall's outbreak in Charlottetown. During both these outbreaks, young islanders have been made to shoulder a disproportionate burden of responsibility. During both of these outbreaks, we have had calls from Public Health for all young people to get tested, first in Charlottetown last fall, then in Summerside over the weekend. Last fall, young people in Charlottetown responded promptly and willingly to this call, so much so that government was overwhelmed with the response. Last weekend, young people again answered the same call from Public Health, though thankfully the process seemed to go more smoothly on the government side. Despite Young Islanders consistently stepping up to do their part, this government has shown repeated and troubling signs that they do not have faith in our youth. Last fall, when government asked all youth in Charlottetown to get tested, it seemed completely unprepared when they actually showed up to be tested, as if government did not expect our young people to heed the call. Over this past weekend, we heard our Premier telling Islanders not to be work heroes. The Premier seems to think that Islanders in minimum wage jobs, of which many are youth, want to be a work hero in a pandemic. Many of these people staying at home means lost wages. And for many, that's a huge problem, forcing them to choose between paying the rent or eating their next meal. Young Islanders have shown us time and time again that they are taking this virus seriously and have been complying with public health recommendations in ways that should make us older adults proud. Our youth have gone into the unknown this year. Our schools were still are the largest gatherings on PEI during a pandemic. Not only in schools, but also many of our service industry jobs are filled with youth, which means that they interact with sometimes hundreds of members of the public every day. Our youth wear masks for hours at a time, all while doing their best to learn, grow, and cope. And as I mentioned before, I'm not sure what everyone else has been hearing or noticing, but from what I've seen, our children and youth and young people have adapted and coped with this new reality with grace and guts. Many of us adults who have been less affected could learn a lesson or two from them. After seeing their response, their compliance, their grace, what does the Premier offer them? A scolding, a call to not be work heroes, and ask to stay home when sick before they were told that there would be any money to support them if they lost wages. With all due respect, Premier, our youth have been COVID heroes, not work heroes. Instead of a scolding, what do our youth need and deserve? They need and deserve paid sick leave, which covers needing to wait for test results. They need and deserve support for their education that they miss because of lockdowns like the ones we are in now. They need and deserve livable wages so that they never need to choose between rent and food. I could go on, but I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. There are so many things that our youth need to support them, especially during this difficult time for them. And I, for one, believe that they deserve every bit of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll move to the seconder of the motion, Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to second this motion and speak to this important topic. I would like to reiterate some of the remarks that I've made earlier. Like all of us, youth are experiencing a whole new world. They are losing out on experiences that they will never get to relive. Proms, graduations, the extracurriculars and social life of university, and so on. And despite this, our youth have been responsible and committed to our province's effort to help prevent the spread of COVID-19. Every time we've asked our young people to show up for testing, they've done so in droves. And Mr. Speaker, that same group is also among the most likely to be earning minimum wage. So missing a day's work to wait in line for a COVID test is no small thing. And still, they show up in numbers that set an incredible example for the next demographic who finds themselves in the same situation. Young Islanders have taken their duty to our island community as seriously as we knew they would. Over the past year, I've questioned the government on what it has been doing to support young Islanders, and rarely have I been satisfied with the answer. Young Islanders have challenges and had challenges prior to the pandemic that aren't like any recent generation when it comes to job prospects, home ownership, and a host of other issues. This generation already dealt with so much precarious work. They already were more likely to spend a larger than sustainable amount of their paycheck on rent. For those who have gone to school, they often found themselves struggling under crippling student debt. Their challenges were substantive before last March, Mr. Speaker. Not only have they had to cope with this previously, they will also have to cope with the economic hardship that has come from the COVID-19 pandemic, and they'll have to manage the hardship that will undoubtedly follow it. Like any economic downturn, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused jobs to disappear, and it will take time before they are able to return, if they ever do. On top of that, experts say wages will be reduced for new graduates, and it will take workers years to make up those lost wages, again, if they're ever able to. There's also evidence to suggest that low or reduced wages resulting from a downturn will encourage people to relocate elsewhere for better employment opportunities. Even before the pandemic, a lack of economic opportunities and poor economic circumstances were already big reasons why we couldn't get youth outmigration under control. We hamper our efforts to pursue innovation when we let our best and our brightest leave. Mr. Speaker, there are a few things government could do to better support young islanders. First, it should reconsider the minimum wage increase it approved last year. This increase represents only the smallest increase to the minimum wage in modern times. It hurts workers at a time when job hours are volatile and when rents are going up. It trails the minimum wage increase that Nova Scotia gave to its workers. Second, we should support islanders with student debt. There are a couple of ways we could do this. We can suspend repayments of the provincial portion of student loans to give islanders more money to cover their basic expenses, their basic needs, and to support their local economy. But we could also forgive student debt, giving graduates increased financial security and confidence in the future, and allowing them to start a new chapter of their life. Third, we can look at what we're doing to support tenants. Government could reestablish the temporary rental assistance benefit to support those who are struggling to pay their rent. We need to protect tenants by prohibiting evictions during a second wave, and we need to protect tenants from rent increases. Finally, government needs to listen to young people. The Premier was a bit evasive when he spoke about his consultation with the Premier's Youth Council. I'm not sure if that initiative is up and running right now, but if it isn't, steps should be taken to establish it right away. Young people need to have a voice at the table when government is receiving advice and recommendations. That's how we ensure the programs are effective and responsive to the needs of islanders. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to say we care about young islanders. Kind words do not pay their bills. Good wages and government support programs do. I hope government will take greater action to help our youth through this pandemic and afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, we'll have the Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly rise today to support this motion. We've seen many people affected. Everybody has been affected with COVID. I've yet to meet a person that hasn't been affected, age or race or male or female. Everybody has been affected during COVID. It's been very challenging for everyone as a whole, including government, as well as opposition and third party as well. We all get a lot of calls, and we're all in here to try and make the island better, to work through COVID and do the best we absolutely can. I'm never one to stand and criticize, or I'm never one to stand to take credit. A lot of the best ideas that have been given to me have come from some of my own colleagues, but as well from the opposition and third party. One thing I've heard over this last couple days is a theme, which I could be reading into it, but I'm hearing government's doing a terrible job in COVID, is what I've heard for the last 2 days. As well as what I've heard is the lack of support for business. I've heard a lot on the employee side and the minimum wage side, but just everybody think for a second and imagine a small business right now in Prince Edward Island trying to survive. They're in survival mode. Everybody is in survival mode. Nobody's getting rich during COVID, or there's very few. We've seen everybody working to get an end result. So we're going to talk about the minimum wage issue for a moment. So minimum wage was a recommendation that come from a board to us, which takes into consideration every year. It is made up of employers, employees, people in the workforce. We even passed legislation last year, July 2019, from the official opposition to take measures of poverty and the ability of an employee to maintain a suitable standard of living. So we even asked the board to take that into consideration. So what I'm hearing, we don't want to listen to the board. We want to overrule the board. The board doesn't know what they're doing. We all know, everybody in this room knows that $12.85 going to $13 an hour minimum wage is not enough. It's not a livable wage. We can all verify that. But do we put it on the backs of island businesses that are trying to survive right now? We're in a global pandemic. Everybody needs to work towards this. I do feel, and I'm 100% in agreement with the Premier, that come April, $13 is not a livable wage. I 100% agree with that. But does it need to be on the backs of island business? No. I think government needs to step up. And this is where we've seen government has stepped up. Even though we're doing a terrible job from what I've heard, this government has rolled out more programs than any other province in this country. For employees, employers, the workforce. We've rolled out more programs than any other province. We are leading the country in economic recovery right now. Is there things we can do better? Most certainly. Every day we're learning. Every day we're learning. And once again, I'm not here to take credit, but I am going to give credit to certain people in this individual, because a lot of these programs we rolled out, they had flaws, and we heard from everyone. One program out of the bunch of them we had was the commercial rent. So the honourable member from Stratford Mermaid had brought up an issue that we completely didn't see, which I wouldn't have known that was an issue if it wasn't brought to my attention. So we made that change because of Stratford Mermaid. The life skills, the honourable member from Summerside clearly has changed my tune on the importance of life skills in the economy. We made that change because that was brought to my attention. The honourable member from... That's collaborating. On our innovation programs, Cornwall Meadowbank and the honourable member from the opposition brought their ideas when we made innovation program changes. Simple ideas, but we've been able to work together and make good impacts that's going to help Islanders for years to come. One thing we've done as well is the skill programming side of it. We've known for the last 10 years that skills, there's been gaps in the programs. We've completely changed the way we are doing our skills programs. We're trying to give youth a better start. We're trying to be there to support them, to let them proceed and get into a better paying job. We don't have all the answers, but what I can tell you is that we're working hard every day for every Islander right now. We're going to continue doing that during COVID. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's really a pleasure to rise to speak to this motion today. Of course, I've had a lot of direct contact with Island youth. I have two children, one who's 11 and one who's 14, and of course all their friends, and I've quite often visited schools as an MLA, but I was very recently Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning for almost 2 years, and of course I got to interact with youth across the province, right from the tiny tots right up through to those who are at the post-secondary level. And Mr. Speaker, I think the spirit of this motion is very true, and especially when you get to the clauses that we express appreciation of Island youth and recognize their ongoing extraordinary efforts to control the spread of COVID-19, and in doing so keep our community safe. It's really incredible. I mean, in particular, my 14-year-old daughter is so, not only did she just put on a mask and go to school and not complain, she is so diligent about making sure that everyone always wears their mask to keep everyone safe. And she's ultra passionate about it, Mr. Speaker, and I want to give Annika a lot of credit for that. And it's not just her, Mr. Speaker, it's her and her friend group, and really almost every child I talk to in school. They're doing it because they know it's the right thing to do, and they're taking direction and they're living it. And as the member across it said, you know, they're wearing masks more than most in society, because they're in school and doing that. And that's why when it came to making masks mandatory in schools, I was in favor of it, because I talked to my children. Anyhow, so they deserve a lot of credit. The youth, they do more, as the motion says, than just contribute to keep our island safe during COVID-19. But they are critical to our economy. They really are, Emma. And in the words of the current Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, I mean, I do believe the children are the future, right? Let them now, right? I'm not going to sing it, but Mr. Speaker, that's what we're seeing, and it's just incredible watching. I've watched constituents, you know, grow up from being preschoolers, and now I've seen them. I've taught them Sunday school, you know, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen them graduate university and go on to the workforce, and it's incredible what they're doing. Now, the parts of this motion that you know, I think are perhaps a little harsh and maybe not as well thought out as they could be, are the ones where they talk about that the island youth are acutely exposed to the economic risks and harms. And yes, I would agree that they are in many cases. When you're a youth, in many cases you're starting at the bottom of the ladder and you're working your way up. I'd imagine everyone in this chamber at some point was working that entry-level job where you're not making a lot of money, you're working long hours, you're in the face of the public. That's part of the learning process. And in fact, those are the youth that are in their prime, that are embracing that, and they're making the real difference. So I do agree with that. But when you get into this idea as a result of inadequate wages, inconsistent paid sick leave, precarious employment, and challenges obtaining gainful employment, I have to say that, you know, I think what we need from our elected officials is we need people who are going to support the youth and not encourage them to be victims. So Mr. Speaker, I think that, yes, our wages inadequate in many cases. We heard the Minister of Economic Development talk about that. But, you know, we're working, and we've talked about that, and it's alluded to in the speech from the throne as well. We're working to improve the wages. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, we're working collaboratively with all the different parties in this House, the official opposition, the third party, to do things like look at a universal basic income or a basic income guarantee. And Mr. Speaker, that's the sort of thing that's going to help address these inadequate wages. Are we there yet? No. But we need to all work together. We need to work in a positive, solution-based way to achieve that goal. Mr. Speaker, I know that when it comes to sick leave, the Minister of Economic Growth has talked about that many times. We know the federal government has also played a role there. And are we there yet? No. But we are addressing it. And I mean, the member across it said, how come you don't have paid sick leave for all employees all the time? Why is it only when we go into these lockdowns within COVID that we're supporting it, which we have done through all the various programs? And Mr. Speaker, I'd say there is work to be done there, but let's work together with a solution-based approach. Let's not just constantly point out the problems. And Mr. Speaker, precarious employment is something, that one is a real head scratcher for me, because I know that, and I think I would be very surprised if every MLA across this legislature didn't say that they have employers coming to them on an ongoing basis looking for people to come work for them. And I mean, yes, Mr. Speaker, in particular in my district, there are a lot of seasonal jobs, Mr. Speaker, but I think the word precarious employment begs some unpacking. I'm hoping that maybe the mover or the seconder might describe what exactly they meant by that, because on Prince Edward Island, I personally don't see a lot of precarious employment. I see a lot of employment opportunities out there. And that's why I love our youth, because they are seizing the employment opportunities. They're going there and they're grabbing them. And that's, Mr. Speaker, that's how I'm raising my children, Mr. Speaker. I like that saying, you know, prepare the child for the path, not the path for the child. I want them to go out there, and I want them to seize the opportunities that are given. I want them to make their opportunities, and I want them to find their way through life, whatever life brings them. And I think that's what the vast majority of our youth do. So again, I'd love you to talk a little bit more about this precarious employment. I'd like to understand that more. And then the last part of that phrase was challenges obtaining gainful employment. Now, Mr. Speaker, many times employment is what you make it as well. And again, that's a very subjective word. We talked about the inadequate wages, which is very often the case. You're in a lower wage job when you're entry level, like many youth are. But when you're in a lower wage job, it doesn't mean it can't be gainful, especially if you're using it to build towards the future. I know, Mr. Speaker, when I started off, I did some landscaping, Mr. Speaker. I laid a lot of sod. I did a lot of raking. I grew up on a farm, so Mr. Speaker, there was no, you know, quote unquote wage associated. We're working on a farm, as we all know. I see the farmers in the room. There was work to be done, so you went out and you worked until the work was done, and you did it because it was there and needed to be done. So whether that was you know, splitting wood or disking a field or building a fence or anything along those lines. And so, Mr. Speaker, to me, I wasn't making quote unquote money doing that, but that was very gainful employment. Those are the type of experience that made me the person I am today, and they made me appreciate every dollar I've learned. So, Mr. Speaker, that whole clause, I think I would like to ask the mover and the seconder when they close this. I guess it would be the mover that closes it, to really expand on what they're talking about there, because I want to learn more, Mr. Speaker. Now, the other thing is, I did want to address, in my new role as Minister of Social Development and Housing, the housing issues that young people do face. And Mr. Speaker, I will recognize that definitely is a problem. It's something we need to address. And we're going to go that way. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to that if this motion is called back again. I'd like to adjourn debate on this motion. Seconded by the member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Show it carried.
It's 4:30 already.
Okay, the honourable member from Montague. The honourable member from Morel, Donut, and the government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We call motion number 5.
Yep. Shall I carry?
Carry.
Motion number 5. The honourable member from Montague-Kilmuir moves, seconded by the honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow, the following motion. Whereas Clem Campbell is a 6-year-old from Brudenell, and whereas Clem has been making smile reminder pins as part of a public education to remind people to keep smiling during COVID-19, and whereas the homemade happy face pins are to serve as a reminder for people to continue smiling underneath their masks, and whereas Clem is donating a portion of the proceeds to the Canadian Cancer Society, therefore be it resolved that this Assembly applaud the kindness and initiative shown by Clem Campbell to brightening the lives of Islanders during this time of COVID and his donation to the Canadian Cancer Society.
Honourable member from Montague-Kilmuir and the government whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll finish off the afternoon, hopefully on a positive note. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to bring this motion forward that recognizes the kindness and thoughtfulness of a young Islander during such a difficult time. Clem Campbell is a 6-year-old from the Brudenell area in my district of Montague-Kilmuir. Clem is a grade 1 student at Montague Consolidated School, and like a lot of Islanders, Clem has noticed how tough that the pandemic has been on people. Clem missed seeing the smiles on people's faces during this COVID-19 pandemic, and he wanted to find a way to try and help others. So Clem approached his parents with an idea. He noted that finding a reason to smile can be a bit more difficult during the pandemic with everything going on, especially when so many of us are wearing a mask. As a result, Clem has creatively devised a solution to help people smile, even if their face is covered by a mask. Clem used clay dough to make a couple of batches of lapel pins and painted yellow smiley faces on them. Then Clem would use a Sharpie to write "Smile Reminder" on them. It seems pretty straightforward, but it helps remind us all that sometimes there are things going on in our lives that make it tough to remember to smile. From this simple beginning, Clem's Smile Reminder has taken off. News of Clem's Smile Reminder campaign traveled by word of mouth and online through his parents' Facebook. Pretty soon, sales of the Smile Reminder were in the hundreds, and Clem began getting some much-deserved public attention for his good work and great idea. He quickly became a media darling and even had lunch with the Premier. As if this wasn't enough, Clem's campaign is doing even more good, with a portion of sales being donated to the Canadian Cancer Society. Clem decided to donate proceeds to the Cancer Society in honor of his grandfather, who has been battling cancer. Mr. Speaker, Clem's homemade happy face pins serve as a reminder for people to continue smiling underneath their masks. With everything that Islanders have endured over the last year, good ideas like Clem's Smile Reminder are needed now more than ever. I want to commend Clem Campbell for his caring, his creativity, and his compassion for thinking of others at this difficult time. I would urge all Islanders to think about Clem's message and try to find a way to smile and spread a little kindness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll move to the second of the motion, Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I rise today to second this motion brought forward by the colleague, the honourable member from Montague-Kilmuir. It's a tremendous pleasure to applaud the kindness and initiative shown by Clem Campbell and the Smile Reminder pins. As the member from Montague-Kilmuir was saying, he came up with this idea as a way for people to continue to smile while still wearing their masks, Mr. Speaker. As Islanders, we've known our outgoing nature. However, given the public health measures such as the masks and the social distancing, our conversations amongst each other have been a little bit different. It's funny, Mr. Speaker, when I read about this story on CBC, and I was going through the story, and I was like, oh, this is such a great idea, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of Clem for coming up with it. And one of the lines on the article, it said, if you'd like to inquire about getting one of these pins or find out a little bit more, and it said go to Clem's mother's Facebook page, which it's funny how small PEI is and how much of a great place this is, because I clicked on the link and it went to Lindsay Steele, and I said, wait a minute, I said I went to school with Lindsay Steele in grade 8. So it was kind of a cool thing to kind of bring the story in for me personally. Mr. Speaker, these are just great little small acts of kindness that we sometimes take for granted, and I was so pleased to hear about this young boy from Rudenell who come up with this idea. And I know Clem came up with a wonderful idea for creating the pins and donating a portion, as the honourable member mentioned, donating a portion to the Canadian Cancer Society. As a father of a little boy who was also in grade 1, it is so rewarding, Mr. Speaker, to see when I know there's been a lot of talk this afternoon about youth and how important youth are, and coming up with these great ideas, Mr. Speaker. And again, being the father of a little fella who's in grade 1, you see these ideas, and then you see them actually are the ones who want to bring it to fruition and how they can make it better. And they say, what can I do, Mom and Dad? What can I do to help out? It's funny, Mr. Speaker, I had a great opportunity when I was a young person to go to school to Toronto. And, Mr. Speaker, you'd be quite aware of this, growing up in rural PEI, you smile at everyone and everyone, and it's just such a unique place in Prince Edward Island. And I remember when my brother Thatcher and we got on the subway on our first day in Toronto, and looking around the room and smiling at people, and some people, kind of gave you the look like, why are you smiling at me? And so I think it's such an amazing thing that this 6-year-old boy sees the power of a smile. And that's the toughest thing as, parents in this legislature. It's been mentioned as well that, some of our children are the first ones to say, yeah, let's put on a mask. Dad, where's your mask? Mom, where's your mask? And sometimes when you see people wearing that mask, you don't know, it's hard to tell if they are smiling. We've taken, with our hockey teams I coached this year, we were able to do team pictures. Of course, we had to follow the public health guidelines, and one of those was for the kids to wear their mask. And of course, trying to be the jokester and trying to pull in a dad joke, I used the opportunity when we were getting our picture taken, Mr. Speaker, to say, all right, everybody smile. And of course, wearing a mask, you couldn't tell that the kids were smiling because you knew that they were happy to be there. I just do want to applaud again and congratulate Clem for his kindness on his leadership, and hope that this does serve as an inspiration for us all. And I know that we as a legislature will definitely applaud Clem on his initiative that he came up with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, I'll call on the Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on this motion. I think the big thing here about Clem is little things, and how little things that people do can make a big impact on the lives of everyday islanders or the world in general. And I take it back to the two young men in Borden Carleton who realized that people couldn't come to PEI, and they come up with the idea of sending stuff around the world or to people's homes to remind them of the island and give them a taste of what we're all about. And I think that little gesture started something. And now we have Clem coming up with an idea that it's not a big idea, it's just a little idea that a little boy came forward with, and it means so a lot. Mr. Speaker, I don't take things for granted, and it's one thing I pay attention very much to when I see and I travel around the island, and I watch people's body movements, and I watch their language, and I listen to what they say, and I don't think that we take enough time to listen to what people are saying or what people are doing. And the world's a big bad place, and we're living in scary times. And this has caused a lot of hardship for people with not being able to see their families, or being able to travel, or go out with friends, or just do a lot of different activities around the island, Mr. Speaker. But here we have a little boy that come up with a little gesture, a little pin, that's just simply a smile. And like I travel around a lot, but I enjoy that, and I enjoy talking to people, and I enjoy seeing acts of kindness that different people do. And it might be that maybe in a case where somebody's involved in hockey and the family really can't afford to have their skates sharpened or the best of equipment, but some people, they sharpen skates for free. And I think we know who we're talking about there. And we have other people that anonymously they drop gifts off of people's doors. And I know of a case up in my district where there's a single mother and a couple of children, and there's hard times, and people, just unbeknownst to her, are just simply dropping things off at the door, and they're doing her driveway, and they're offering to take her different places. And it's an act of kindness. It's a smile. To walk down the hallways of the Shaw Building every once in a while, I'll run into people, and I can tell, you see somebody, and there's something on their mind, and you say hello to them, and extend a smile to them, or ask them how they're doing, or offer to, is there something I can do for you, or or never hesitate to call me. I think these are little gestures that Islanders are, like, I'm not an Islander, I guess. I'm one of the guys from away, right? But I've been very thankful to be accepted by the island, and I think I've become stronger and a better person for living in PEI. I really truly believe that. You know, I've been here now since 1990, I guess, so we're going on 30-some years, and I joke that, you know, I'm from New Brunswick, and I do enjoy New Brunswick. I enjoy one place in New Brunswick wholeheartedly, but I enjoy PEI. I enjoy talking to the honourable members. I enjoy stopping into the restaurants and the fishing communities and the wharfs and Debbie, she doesn't like it when I go shopping with her because I never get through the grocery store. But yeah, it's a hard time. It's no 15-minute trip, I'll tell you that. But I enjoy watching people being happy. I enjoy seeing people that you know are not having it easy, but they're happy, and they've got their family, and I think that goes to show a lot about the character of Islanders. You know, a simple smile. You know, you see the little pin, and I've seen, you know, the honourable member from Montague-Kilmare is wearing it today, and he's giving us a fashion statement there right now on that nice suit. But you know, people should recognize that little smile and what that can mean to somebody. And I think it's very important that as Islanders we don't take things for granted, and any chance you have to show a little bit of an act of kindness, we should be doing it. We should wholeheartedly, and everybody in this legislative assembly, they believe that, I know that, but the littlest act of kindness that we can show to an individual or to a person can go a long ways. And you know, it's them healthcare workers that are tirelessly working across this island to take swabs and to ensure that we have the results back. Dr. Morrison, you know, how can you say any more about a great person than Dr. Morrison? You know, I've watched that lady in different cabinet meetings and on the TV, and one day I asked her in the elevator, we were and I said, how are you doing? And she said, I'm doing okay. And then she said to me back, she said, you know, but thanks for asking. You know, you think about all them people that have to travel in nights like this and days like this to get to work so that they can support their families. And you know, I'm thinking about the pay forward thing right now. You know, and the simple act of when you drive through a fast food store or drive through, and I'll pay for the guy in front of me, or I'll pay for the lady in front of me. It's just a simple act of kindness, or holding a door open for somebody, or picking up a piece of garbage on the street. I used to do that all the time. When I walk across, if I see a piece of garbage on the road or in the walkways, I always try to pick it up. When I go out in the woods, when I'm up home hunting and fishing, if I see garbage, I pick it up. And that's an act of kindness to the environment. And I think that we all should do better in how we present ourselves or how we help each other. You know, I was at home yesterday, and I knew it's not looking for gratitude. It's not looking for any recognition, but you know, yesterday I was sitting there in the house, and I was working from home, and I was listening to the radio, and I was thinking about the people that are down in the COVID clinic down in Borden. So I went down to Tim Hortons, and I picked up 7 cups of coffee and fixed them and dropped them off. And you know, I think we should remember them simplest acts that we can do to make people's lives better. And it's something that that I hope everybody takes note of. People have bad days and people have good days, but we should try to make everybody's day just a little bit better for tomorrow. And I don't think that's asking a lot when we do that. You know, we're thinking about Clem there and the pin and the acts of kindness that like I don't agree in violence. I've had to deal with violence for a lot of years, and it's something that I always like to. You know, the power of the mouth is better than the power of the sword, I guess. But you know, it's to take the time and to try to understand where people are and try to show them an act of kindness and make their lives a little bit better, or to help them out in a tough situation. And you know, we talk about mental health and addictions in the island. An act of kindness can go a long ways when it comes to somebody suffering from a mental health disorder or an addiction, or suffering from PTSD. It can be simply listening to them. You know, I had to think about the other day when the member from Montague-Kilmere spoke about his past and getting involved in politics, and I think about all the acts of kindness that have encouraged that young man to come to where he is today. And I think that's a you know, it's a huge positive note. You know, the member from Georgetown, he sort of I think he took the young member from Montague-Kilmere under his wing, and I think the member's done a great job in bringing that member to where he is today. He's a good friend. He's a very young, smart individual. But there's an individual that I've seen give a lot of acts of kindness over the last the last 5 or 6 years that I've known him. But going back to bullying and violence for a second, you know, there's enough violence in the world. There's enough bullying in the world. And every time we can do something when it comes to an act of kindness, we weaken that hold of bullying on us and violence. And you know, an act of kindness can simply be giving somebody a drive home, or if you see somebody out with a garbage can, they're struggling with it, maybe help them get it up to their house, or reaching out to a senior and asking them how they are or if they need anything. An act of kindness can be, as I said before, holding that door for somebody. You know, if you see somebody struggling taking groceries to the car, offer to help them take them to the car for them. Or it could be opening that car door. It could be, you know, you see somebody who wants to cross the street, you know, stop and let them go across the street at the sidewalk. An act of kindness can be simply, you see somebody pulling out of a gas station or out of a store and he's trying to make a left turn, a right turn, and stop. And let that individual pull the car out of the road and get him down the road. You know, something I've never done, Mr. Speaker, is I guess this goes back to training, I guess, or the way I was brought up maybe. But, you know, if you see a car on the side of the road in the middle of a snowstorm, like I'll be driving home here in a little bit, and if you see a car broke down the side of the road, why not stop and ensure there's nobody in the car? Or if there is somebody in the car, maybe they're broke down, they need help. And take that time. You know, something I still do to this day, every time I see a police car or I see a fire truck going or an ambulance, I always give them a wave. And I think we need to show our appreciation to them emergency workers that are out there and they're traveling the roads. And, you know, I've been listening to the news this afternoon a little bit about the amount of accidents that are out there right now on our island roads up west. Slow down. You know, we don't need to be in a hurry all the time. I guess I'm a fine person to say that, but you know, if you're going somewhere, take your time, and if you see somebody that might be on the side of the road, stop and offer them a hand, or make sure they're A-okay. All these are different little examples of acts of kindness. And you know, the honorable member from Georgetown one time mentioned about heart. I never really thought too much of it until he said it one day in a speech. And I think we all can show a little bit more heart. And I think about a movie with Gene Hackman, and the reporter asked him, what do we need? He said, we need heart. And, you know, I think that's something we all need a little bit more of is heart. And opening our heart up and taking the opportunity to listen to things and to hear what people are trying to tell us. You know, people can talk to us and they can, Mr. Speaker, they can say they don't know how to come up and say that they need help. But in their conversation with you and I, they can be asking for help. And sometimes people don't hear that ask or that plea. And I think it's very important that we recognize what people are trying to say to us. And we recognize that maybe somebody is in a world of hurt and they need some help. And it may just be holding their hand for the second or taking that pause to have the conversation with them and try to help them out. You know, I think of it the show when kids, the old show, that's the kids say the darndest things. And kids do say the darndest things, but sometimes the way they sell it or they say it can be the simplest way to express how they feel or something they need. And, you know, to see a smile on a young child's face at Christmas time, or when he's out with his mom and dad, or he's out at the park, or at the hockey rink, you know, and I was talking to my assistant the other day, and she was telling me about being at a hockey game, and they're in the playoffs, and an average skater, an average hockey player that's never scored. The game was tied, I think it was 2-2. They were in 2 minutes into overtime, and this average person that's never scored before scored that winning goal. You know, and it'd be quite tremendous to see. But you know, to hear that the team was all happy for her and the acts of kindness that they expressed to her is important. You know, Mr. Speaker, kids amaze me. And I have a little granddaughter, Stella, and to hear some of the things that she says and some of the expressions she has on her face, and you know, sometimes we're all busy in our lives, and we really can't take the time to do something with somebody. But one thing my grandkids have taught me so far is that you know, take the time. Take the time to be kind to somebody. Take the time to help somebody. Take the time to enjoy things with children. Do whatever you can with these I'm going to call them little people, because they can bring so much into our lives. And I think this young man with this little campaign, Simply a Smile, that little button, is such a powerful statement given to where we are today and what this House and this province is dealing with to try to keep our islanders safe. It's a simple gesture, a smile, but I think its effect is universal across the world. And I would ask that everybody in this House support this motion. I would ask everybody in this House to have a little bit more heart, show a little bit more kindness. Doesn't cost anything. It's not going to hurt you. And I think it's a great way forward to help all islanders and the world move forward in times which are trying to everybody, and that we will come out of, and we will come out stronger. And I think that smile could be at the heart of this whole pandemic. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Mermaid Stratford, and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this motion. And thank you to the member for Montague Kilmuir for bringing it forward. So I haven't met Clem, but one thing I can tell you is I certainly want to meet Clem, because I think that Clem's going to be part of what is going to make all of our futures such a bright, great place to be. So children see no boundaries, and I think we have to remember that. At the age of 6, there are no boundaries. Children start to develop boundaries based on, words like careful, don't fall, or different things like that, and they learn it from us as adults. And I would like to say thank you to Clem's parents, because they have not created boundaries for that young 6-year-old. They have basically embraced his curiosity. They've embraced his entrepreneurial spirit, and they have opened a world to young Clem that will make him such an incredible person going forward, and I just think it's amazing to see. So I get to work with kids quite a bit. I've said that many times here in the House. I work with Girl Guides, and I can tell you that when you're with the Sparks unit, whose ages are 5 to 6, and you're with, 10 to 15 of them all in the same room, they are solving the world because they see no boundaries. And I really think that it's inspiring. They come up with such great, unique ideas, and really we, I think, need to embrace that ever so much.
Honourable members, the hour has been called.
Thank you.
The honourable member from Morel, Dona, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, second by the member from Charlottetown Winslow, that this House adjourn until March 3rd at 1 o'clock in the PM.
Shall it carry? Okay, drive safe, honourable members. I hear the weather is not good.